Recording in progress.
We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is November 18th. We have a great show planned for you. We are literally on episode, let me make sure my mic is on. Child, I had to get a new mic. Oh, honey. Anyhow, we have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 52 of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. If this is your first time joining us with this series, I highly encourage you to go back to the first episode. We originally started this series reviewing a study conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And in that study, they pretty much proved the power of consciousness. So meaning your thoughts can literally take a thought and turn it into physical reality. They literally put participants in a room and had them concentrate on an object, and then under infrared light, they were able to see via infrared light a hologram of that thought they were thinking of appear. And then also in that study, they did another study having the participants think of a thought, put it under infrared light, and then they broke the participants' concentration. And they saw where the hologram shattered. But when they zoomed in on the fragment shattered pieces, they saw little miniature fragments of what they were thinking. Okay, so they literally proved that you can truly create your own reality with your consciousness. Okay, so that was just one big thing in that study. They also admitted that the concept of time as we know it, as being linear, past, present, future, is not so. That time just is. Okay? It is based on frequency. Okay? And those were just two of the things. They also went into remote viewing. They also talked about the power of how your frequency vibrates and what you are capable of. They talked about the concept of there being different realms, higher realms, and you can create a lot of things in the higher realms. So I highly, highly encourage you to go back to the original episodes. We also give you the source for that information. And as shocking as all of that was, there's actually pages missing out of that study. And everybody on the internet were like, whoo, okay, what's missing out of that study? Okay, so we were just about to be done with the series, and then Brother Sean found some information, because as we were going through the series, we kept bringing up the Terra papers and going into different things that we had read in other different ancient sources. And so Brother Sean ran across some material. You can get this online. It's called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. Now, you can get the PDF for free online. She wants you to do that, but you can also purchase her book on Amazon as well. So here is her book. Okay, y'all should be able to see that. Yep, so there's the book. All right. It's not a thick book. It's a very easy read. She did an excellent job. She lists her sources. She comprised of a bunch of different ancient sources. And basically, she goes into the true history of the planet. She is using as one of her main sources Sumerian Text. And it was interesting because she talked about the beings coming to this particular realm 450,000 years ago. And when they came to the planet, it was some sort of terraforming done. But she also said that when the beings came to the planet, that there were already people inhabiting the planet in North America. Okay, so just like the other ancient texts, she talked about these beings in their particular realm, how they had all of these administrative processes, political, religion, yada, yada, all the infighting, all the wars, and how those systems were brought here in this particular realm. So I highly recommend the book. I think she did an excellent job in kind of summarizing various ancient texts. And then shout out to Sis Tressie. She got us a copy of the Terra papers. It is out of print. You can't get it anymore. So we were kind of going over that. And once again, going into the some call it the Galactic Federation. I hate even using that because to me now it seems more like a scam, some type of psyops, but nonetheless, going over these different beings or folks that just live in another dimension. That's all it really is at the end of the day. They just live in another dimension. They have the technology to jump from one dimension to the other. So it goes into how, of course, they were fighting each other, going around different dimensions, or whether or not you want to call them galaxies, whether or not you want to call them realms, pretty much colonizing, okay? And bringing what? Administration, politics, etc. Okay. And what I liked about the Terra papers also, it got into the etymology of a lot of the words that we have today and where they came from. All right. So shout out to Sis Trusty for that. Okay. And then Brother Christopher was reading, I think he finished Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Chris H. Hardy. Child, this one we still stuck on. So here's this book. Okay. And baby, she goes in. She's one of the rawest I've seen go over this information. She is strictly using the Sumerian Text, and she's going in. She's talking about the various creations. She goes into how the Anunnaki are not some powerful, mysterious beings. They're not that. She even went as far as to say they are humans. The only thing that sets them apart differently is the technology. Okay? So, as everyone else noted, based on those ancient texts that predate everything else, by the way, she talks about how the infighting, backstabbing, etc., brought the dramatization to the planet. She goes into the terraforming that they have done. And what I love about how she broke it down, which we are still in the depths of, she talked about how the Anunnaki themselves do not have a higher deity, a higher God-like figure that they worship. And she even put it down that they originally, when they came to the planet, did not even set themselves up as God, didn't bring a concept of God with them. That only came later in the game. Okay. So very, very interesting book. So hopefully tonight we'll get a chance, because I know in the last couple of weeks, child, we've been going in on updates. We have not had a chance to get into the material. So hopefully we will again tonight. So with that said, let me send a shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to Know Thyself. Shout out to Indigenous American Leo. A shout out to Sis Queen Ottawa. A shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Black Love. Shout out to Stephanie Cook. Shout out to Mohawk. I think I said, yeah, I think I got you, Sis Thelma. Shout out to El Sheba. Shout out to Brother Randy. Good to see you, Brother Randy. I see Nisi Poo in the house. Shout out to Nisi Poo. And shout out to JB. All right, and shout out to all of the YouTube family watching us. Okay, so let me bring on my co-host and hostess. All right, and son Scotty and Nisi Poo. When you're ready, just let me know. And oh, shout out to Nuwa. Love you too, Nuwa. Yeah, when y'all ready, to put something on it to come up, let me know. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda.
How
and
are
to the
you?
family. I'm good.
Good.
I'm great. I'm wonderful. I can't complain.
Good deal.
We're here.
I hear you. I thought about you. Child, the internet here, we have no wireless connection. I don't know. It may be a couple of blocks over. I'm only on because I have an Ethernet connection. But I steps outside, and every time, I know y'all can relate. Child, every time you see an AT&T truck on your street, just know something. Your internet is fenced to be out. And sure enough, stepped out, looked down the street, saw the AT&T truck. I'm like, oh, well, I guess the wireless ain't going to come back up. And it hasn't been back up yet. So I thought about you. I'm like, if it ain't one thing, it's another.
Mine keeps going down to one bed.
It's crazy. Oh, man, sis.
They're doing something to it. It's not losing their license. They may be losing their license.
Oh, well.
Something crooked.
Okay.
I hate Black Love 77.
Yeah.
I'm not texting. I mean, I'm not chatting with, writing and stuff because I have a problem with my shoulder right now. So it hurts to type, leaning forward.
Okay. All right,
So,
fam. So she can't hit y'all up in the chat tonight is basically what she's saying.
well, I haven't done for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I just wanted to understand. Because somebody just hit me up, Black Love 77, said, hey. And I just want to tell them, hey, but, I can't. So.
Yeah, no worries.
But, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt your thought. They were supposed to do that emergency broadcasting something, and they didn't. AT&T didn't do it, and so they're in trouble because that's part of the system that they signed on to for their license and stuff. So I heard that was scuttlebutt on that. So that and a few others that didn't. Only 12% did it, and 88% didn't. So they've been calling on the carpet on that. So AT&T, I have AT&T.
And I don't even have them, but I just know, because AT&T owns most of the broadband lines.
Yeah,
because they're the old Bell companies. And so all of these internet companies, all of these cable companies, although you have different services with them, they lease the lines from AT&T now. So that's why when AT&T goes down, everybody goes down. So every time I see a truck on my street or at the end of the corner, baby, I'm like, oh, well, let me go on and pull up in this garage. I know stuff finna be out. So that's why. Yeah,
they monopolize the different names.
Yeah.
But they're not bypassing it. It's just done in plain sight, but they're not being checked on it.
Yeah. All right, let me bring on Brother Sean, and then I think Son Scotty is in also.
California is crazy.
What else is new? Shit.
YouTube buffering.
I know, and it's no reason it's no reason for it to be. Let me make sure I'm not getting no warning. I'm not getting a warning on my end. It's really no need for it to be, but like I said, AT&T is on my block, so I don't have wireless. So I'm on the Ethernet line, which is really supposed to be more stable. So I can't even put that on YouTube in YouTube's defense. I just think it's just the internet connection.
Black Love 777 said he can't hear it because it's buffering.
It's back now.
Yeah.
Mine didn't buffer. Hey, surprise. Mine didn't buffer at all.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is.
It is. Yeah, California is whacked. They presumed that old nuisance. He was missing for about a week or so.
What do you mean he was missing?
He was missing. He was missing for about a week or so. No personal appearances, nothing. And they said that presumably he took the Moderna.
You got to disguise that.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, he was missing for about a week, and he was supposed to be at Getty wedding, and he didn't show up there either. So now they got somebody there that's back. And then he came and said that the babies and all that kind of stuff, it's got to go down. So I said,
Child.
yeah, I know. But I did, when we get to that point, I wanted to say something about what this dude who is a part of the farming said about what it really is.
Mm-hmm.
He said it in Berlin. I got his quote. I wrote it down. And he says it's a gene and cell therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And he said 95% of the people wouldn't have taken it if they had done a survey. They would never have taken it. But he's grateful to this situation that brought him to take it. So that's what he said it is.
Child. I mean, at this point, I just really don't have nothing else to say on it, because
yeah,
I don't know, because every time I turn around, they keep putting out a remix.
Right.
So I just don't have any more comments on it at this point.
You started one and end up at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I just can't. I just really can't. So
that was Bear.
Okay, well,
the head dude. I got his name and everything. But anyway, the states are really speaking out, not against this too, but against the immigration issues. They are really hollering, but the Constitution gives them the right.
Now, are they which immigrants? The Afghans, or just in general?
In general.
Okay.
In general, because the Constitution says the federal government is supposed to take care of trade, intercommerce trade, and all this kind of stuff, and protect the borders. That's what the federal government is supposed to do with military. But the federal government is not doing that, and they're talking about annexation in their conversations and sending them back to Delaware, where old boy is from. And so these people are talking, we gonna ship them to you if you want them so bad. So it's a lot of negative vibes out there from the states now. They finally waking up.
Yeah, I know here in Ohio they've been clowning big time too. They I got a talking code because last week we got censored.
Did you?
And that was probably my fault for calling that lady what I called her. I don't regret it because that's what she is. But but I think Nuwa was saying a little bit too much, and I knew it was coming. But Ohio this week, actually today, passed something on starts with the G, ends with the N, saying that you can carry conceal.
Oh yeah,
conceal.
I understand that.
Yeah, without a permit. So Ohio been kind of clowning lately. And then I did a podcast yesterday where they're going after Facebook now. And they're going after them. It's deeper than the suit about losing the money investing in their stock. It's really about, once you dug into the lawsuit, the running of the drugs and human team.
Yeah.
Which that, I was like, whew, because had I not looked through that lawsuit, and shout out to The Verge, because they literally posted the lawsuit in there, I wouldn't have known that, because that's not what was in the headlines. Now, mind you, I'm where the Capitol is at in Columbus, and they have yet to put any of it on the news.
No, they're not going to do that.
But Cincinnati, shout out to Cincinnati, they covered it, and then a couple of other little small venues. So yeah, I think some of the states are getting fed up, and it just could be that the people that these politicians represent, they're probably pushing them to make these moves.
Yeah, that was Texas.
Yeah, you know, Texas don't play on general. So I expect that out of Texas.
When you get 2.5 million people crossing your property.
Child.
Even 1 million, even 500,000. That's too much.
Because Texas don't want to be like California.
No, and who would want to be?
Yeah, Texas don't want to be like California.
Who would want to be? Now, I'm going to tell you something. I got to get a shout out to Orville. He was, I think he's the lieutenant mayor there. Declared that a sanctuary city. You can't come here with your stuff, feds.
Wow.
You cannot do all that in date. You can't do that. So they're closing it down, and you can't make people lose their jobs because they did.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, go ahead, bro, whoever you are. So he closed it off.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do that. And there's a lot of sheriffs who stand in that too.
Yeah.
So this situation has gotten on people's nerves. And if people don't realize this is another lockdown by another name.
Yes, agreed. I agree.
And they're going to lose their businesses and everything. You might as well pay the fine because you're going to get broke anyway. Because, because you have to have 100, you got to do with all this kind of stuff. You're going to go broke because people are quitting. They got 11,000 for, was Boeing? 11,000. How many can they afford? Quitting.
Yeah.
Thing is, it's all part of the script.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think it's part of a reset, but go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's exactly what it is. It's a shift in wealth. They told you which companies were going to go down. They told you which companies was linked to the alphabets, this, that, or the other. They've laid everything out. Anybody that don't see that this is a script is because they caught up in it and seeking to benefit from this shift, from this reset. The reset wasn't designed for you to come up.
True that.
It's just designed for you to consent to another program.
Right. That part.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
They just redressing it exactly like they told you they would. They told you who the bad guys was. They tell you allegedly and supposedly who the good guys are. But these good guys been with these bad guys, partying and living it up for hundreds of years.
Forever.
Exactly, forever.
They all part of the whole goddamn system. Whether you talking about entertainers, politicians, who the fuck ever.
Yep.
They all part of that bloodline. They all part of that little clique.
Yep.
They just don't like the direction that it's going.
Good point.
Certain ones of them are upset that hey, you motherfuckers eating good, but you've been coming down on my shit in order to impress the people or keep them food. You ain't gonna keep doing that at my benefit.
My experience.
That makes sense.
It's war.
Yep, you
They
cut
know
down my
that
territory, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything is about to be up. So everybody is sacrificing everybody else to try and appear to be the good guy.
Great point.
And all of this shit where everybody keep talking about truth and being true Christians and truth this and truth that. When have you heard any of them talk about who the true heirs of the land are?
Child, I ain't heard it yet.
When have any of them came and talked to us about whether or not they can still keep doing business? They know that they lease, they contracts, all that shit is up. It ain't not a motherfucker alive right now that signed the goddamn Constitution, any of them goddamn treaties, charters, nothing. So it don't apply to you.
That's right.
Even if you say that one of your heirs or whatever signed it, this, that, or the other, this ain't the same goddamn government. It's been hijacked, remember?
Very good points.
So, I mean, who is it that's going to defend the old Constitution or any of those treaties? Didn't Trump try and use all that shit?
Yes,
and they still said, fuck him?
Sure did. And all the other Q Elemento P them too.
Exactly. I mean, if people talking about utilizing the system or being within the system, why wasn't y'all hollering at Trump when he was making power moves, when he was willing to talk to anybody and everybody? Where was the Aboriginal or American Indian community that are into politics and patents and all this, that, or the other? Why wasn't that discussed with Trump? Too busy hating him instead of seeing a business opportunity. If we gonna talk about everything being commerce, that's the motherfucker that was making people money.
Yeah.
But nobody sought to use those opportunities to get money and snatch up land.
Child, come on now, talk about it now.
Big screen TVs, cars, rims,
that's
liquor,
the focus. Hair.
clothes.
Right.
Sitting back ordering Uber, this, that, or the other. Ain't nobody buy not one piece of land.
Child, I can't argue with you now. You're right when you're right.
They selling acres for less than what y'all paying for a house. Acres. But you choose to rent and live up under other people, stay stacked on top of each other, but want to holler freedom within their system.
Child, talk about it now.
But you talk about using the system, this, that, or the other, but you won't even buy none of this land they trying to give away. They got islands and stuff and towns and stuff that they trying to give away for free because of spiritual activity or this, that, or the other. The spirits they running from is probably your goddamn ancestors. But I digress for now.
Child, you was bringing it. Okay, son, Scotty, your line is open. Peace and love.
Peace and love, y'all.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. It's good to hear your
I actually
voice.
had a similar situation with the Wi-Fi with Spectrum we have out here in Los Angeles, and it was out all freaking day, and then they're gonna send an email talking about because of a fire, our service area was out. They always blame it on a fire. And I just thought that like they had like fiber optics and this shit was supposed to be running under the ground and like so I'm just confused. I'm confusion on like why it's always a fire that's causing the Wi-Fi outage. Right. But anyway,
the fire probably looking around was probably crawling and heard it being accused of something and stopped and looked around. What?
Right, like Nene Leaks. Now, how I get into this?
Exactly.
How I get in there?
Nothing to do with that. Right. Exactly.
And I went to see the Eternals. And they had a lot of, Anunnaki script, storyline, Tiamat, terraforming, all of that in there. So
I still haven't seen it yet. The theater has gotten so ghetto, I just don't want to go no more. So I think it should be probably coming on where I can watch it at home, but I haven't seen it yet. Did you like it?
Oh yeah, I went to one theater. They talking about, oh yeah, can we have your proof of recipe? Your proof of
I know
recipe?
You turn right the hell on around.
I was like, refund me, please.
Run me my ends. I'm out of here. Yeah, it's bad in the theater, and poor AMC. That used to be my stuff where you can go and sit in the little reclining little seats, and if you want to order your food, which I went, sat in my seat. What did I go see? I forgot. Oh, the move Free Guy. Is it Free Guy? The one with the VR, with old boy in the video game. That's the last time
Free Guy.
Okay, yeah, Free Guy. Child, I went in there at AMC, bless they heart. It was so ghetto, and that used to be such a nice film. It was so ghetto. I'm like, I'm not coming back. It's gotten really bad. So they took a hit being shut down. So I'm like, sorry, Eternals, I'm just gonna have to wait for you to come back on the screen, because I was so uncomfortable there. I kept looking around. I'm like, I don't want no bed bugs, no roaches. I was shaking shit before I went in the house, shaking the shit off, taking the shoes off, shook out my purse. I'm like, I'm not going back there. That's how uncomfortable and ghetto it felt. And that was the nice theater. So I'll just have to wait for the Eternals to come, where I could just watch it at the crib. Okay.
Yeah, that whole reset of the thing, you can watch it later in the metaverse.
Oh, I ain't watching that. You know what? That metaverse stuff is so out of control.
It's everywhere.
I saw an advertisement where they up there talking about you can work out in the metaverse. I said, how in the hell they expect me to exercise in the metaverse when I could barely keep my goddamn balance on the equipment in regular life? Are they kidding me?
Peloton. They do that.
I just can't, y'all. But yeah, they moving fast forward with that metaverse stuff.
But you didn't. I didn't really pay attention to it until after we talked about it last week. And really, mostly everything they're doing right now is going into the metaverse. Everything. When you buy stuff on the line, you don't see anything but a picture of it, and then all of a sudden you push a button and you get it with some coin exchange, which is the same difference. But we've been doing it, and we just didn't pay attention to it.
Well, yeah, that's what the whole cryptocurrency. Well, number one, we already knew that crypto was going to be part of the reset, part of the financial reset. We already knew that. We've been telling y'all that way years ago. All them people that talk that shit, y'all never admit that a woman was right. I told y'all asses years ago. Okay, years ago. But they're just stepping it up. They're literally merging consciousness with a virtual reality. Literally, that is what they are implementing. And, you know, most people are going to fall for it, and that's their right. If that's what they want to experience, that's their right. I just personally think that it's just too much for me. It's way too much. Anybody that's experienced those VR headsets, number one, unless they've improved, because I know they got new versions out, you put them bitches on and you be sweating all up in here. And then number two, it just, something about it throws off my equilibrium balance. It's so unnatural for me. I couldn't do it. Now, that's just me personally. And I think you would have to literally reprogram your consciousness to get used to it. But I think the next step, I think the introduction is going to be the VR glasses. And once you get comfortable with navigating in that virtual world, they're going to turn the VR glasses into the free guy glasses, because he just had the glasses. And then they're going to turn them, I don't know, maybe into contact lenses. But ultimately, what they want to do is to chip you via in your brain to truly merge consciousness with the VR world. And, you know, Neuralink with Elon Musk, it's not like they lying to you. They're disclosing it to you. They're telling you what they want to do. So I think that's the ultimate goal of where metaverse is going to go, where you ain't gonna have no need to have to go outside your house. You ain't got to worry about, you know, living in a certain type of house or having a certain type of yard space, because everybody just gonna be in a virtual world playing around, chilling. And what's frightening to me, I just think about the amount of trolls that we have on social media now. Just using regular avatars, using different accounts, just up to no goodness, just for the sake of being up to no goodness. I cannot even imagine what's going to jump off in the metaverse, because what I kept thinking about, and maybe I'm wrong, dang y'all, what's that one Netflix movie where the two dudes, they was friends, was meeting up in the virtual world, and then had a homosexual relationship.
Black Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror. And I'm like, but you know that's your boy, right? You know that this character is your boy. I don't think he knew in the beginning. But then when they did figure out that was each other, they were still with it.
Yep. And then set up a whole little thing at the end. It was like, this is a part of life now with his wife.
Yeah, and so now the wife ain't getting none. Let's be clear. The wife ain't getting none. She's starving for some. And he's sitting up here in virtual world getting it on with his best friend. So he broke down and gave the wife permission to cheat. Bruh, I'm out of there. You go and have a nice life.
It ain't worth the effort, is it?
Girl, hell to the no. I'm out of here. No, I'm gone.
I'm gone.
I'm gone.
I'm with you on that one, sister girl.
Shit, give me permission. No, dude, I'm already out the door.
Yeah, don't even see.
That was just bizarre. I'm like, whoa. So it's not like they did not give disclosure on this stuff. They did.
Yeah, because I was going to say last week when we was talking about the whole Travis Scott and the concert thing, another part of that beyond its, you know, the whole it's a ritual and Satanism and this and that and harvesting the souls and all that is also another reason for them to transfer, or for them in their mind, you know, a reason for them to transfer over to the metaverse. Because like, say for instance, you know, you want to go to this concert and you don't want to, get stampeded in a mosh pit for real. You don't want to do the drugs for real. You don't want your little children, around people doing sex and drugs for real and all this type of shit. You don't want to, have to show your proof of recipe to get into the concert or not. And, then once you're there in the metaverse and you're like, oh yeah, it's safe. Nah, here come the bullshit, because that's just the fucking doorway for the dark web. Like, so yeah, you won't be experiencing it, in the actual real world, but now you can actually, we're gonna kill you over and over again. You can overdose and die and come back, and your kids can just be repeatedly, put in these depraved situations over and over again. So yeah, that's immediately what my mind went to, is like, hey, the fear of like, yeah, all these things can happen to you for real in the real world, but you can experience, like Westworld. Don't you want to go to this place?
Yeah, to me, it's exactly like Westworld. Exactly.
And then it becomes more addictive, because it's like, oh, it's not real, is it? It's not real. So I can, keep doing it over and over and over again.
Exactly. Oh. And they know without a shadow of a doubt that this VR stuff is like at a minimum 100 times more addictive than regular video games. They already know that off the rip.
Like gambling.
That's exactly what it's like, gambling. Because I swear, my little nephews and cousins, the V-Bucks, I need the V-Bucks, this new skin, this and that, and be on it and get the money. Like, I didn't even seen stories online where kids then stole from their parents, charging their cards for this stuff, so they can get the skin.
It's an addiction, then.
And the weapons, and the whatever.
Right, child. The beat down to the smeat down. So. Yeah, fam, that's where they taking us. So I'm gonna bring on Nisi Poo for the land report. Oh, peace and love, Helenice. You says yeah, all of a sudden Amazon keeps sending me a notice of payment update. Oh, yeah, I wonder what's that about. I think Amazon supposedly, you know what, let me not lie on them. I thought I heard a rumor that they were finna take Bitcoin, but supposedly Walmart is, because Walmart done installed it, are starting to install the kiosks. And
child, Bitcoin was taken down by China. They're not going to produce it anymore. I heard that today.
Yeah, that's what China always say. They do that to manipulate the markets.
Yeah, because they said it's very expensive. Well, that Three Gorges Dam is going down.
Yeah, China don't. And I got something on they behind too. We didn't get to last week.
Let me tell you about China. Those homes, those empty places that they built that nobody's staying in there.
Oh yeah. That's falling down, by the way.
Is it? But you know what I got in my mind when you guys were saying that? If the people are not going to go anywhere, they got to put them somewhere, right? To get them off the land. So those kind of places would be the perfect place for those kind of people who do that virtual stuff. What you call it, the MAGA virtual. They can go into that places like that in that little tiny room, like 8x8 or whatever bedroom, like they have in China with the people. They don't give them very space, and they wouldn't be bothering anybody. So I was wondering if China had intended for that to take off quicker than it is.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. I think because everybody was speculating China building, and even myself building all of those places. They're now literally ghost town, and being China, they built them so horribly that they're literally already falling apart. But it appears that the main reason they did that was out of greed. So meaning their Federal Reserve was giving away cheap money. And so they were using the real estate game to get a hold of that cheap money. So they way overbuilt those areas. And the people just never came. Now, that's what they're saying from the financial side. Now, the other reasons, I don't know if they were going to do like put a reset population in those areas, because that very well could be too. But your concept of, people sitting in these tiny rooms while they're like playing around in the metaverse, we've seen that time and time and time again in movies. I just watched something and it came up on my feed from Prime Video. It's called 2149, The Aftermath. And that's exactly what it was. They were just sitting in this room and all they had was their video games. And then they were using robotics to, guess what, out of all things, mine. I was disgusted to the core of my stomach.
Right.
So it's a really, really good movie. I don't want to spoil the main theme behind it, but definitely if you have Prime, check it out. It's called 2149, The Aftermath. But that's exactly what they showed. Folks sitting in a little room, just pretty much in a virtual world, and how they paid for that one little room and they little food, which looked like TV dinners to me, was just mining.
That's worse than crack,
Yeah, it literally wasn't a way to live, that's for sure. But it had, the movie has a very, very interesting twist to it, because I don't want to give away why they were really in those rooms. Okay, so but very, very good point. So let me bring on Nuwa, but let me bring on Nisi Poo, and I see you 832. We getting ready to get to the land report. So just I see you, beloved. Let me bring on Nisi Poo to get to the land report. Okay.
Greetings, peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love. How are you?
Doing good. I got Asia sitting next to me. She was listening in, and she was telling me a story about something that happened with her in the metaverse.
Uh-oh.
And she wanted to share it.
All right, beloved, come on, share it with us.
Sure. So I was watching TV and this ad popped up, and it was about this girl, and she had her phone and she wanted to see a concert. So she pressed a button on her phone and she popped up, like a hologram of her had popped up at the concert next to her best friend. And they started like listening to the concert music and stuff. And then at the end of the ad, it said Meta with an infinity sign.
So they're already
advertising it
to the babies. Yes, ma'am.
Which I knew that was the audience they're going after, and that's one of the reasons the state of Ohio is suing them.
Yeah. When she told me that, I was like, you know more about this than I do. How do you know this? And she's like, I seen an ad. And she told me, I was like, what in the heck? So, y'all, I don't know what to do.
Wow.
I'm about to throw the TVs in the trash can. We just gonna get rid of all the tech, damn it.
I want my TV.
Wow. Already been addicted.
I mean, the good thing is to educate them, put them up on game. And if y'all get a chance, that 2149, The Aftermath, it isn't a gory, bloody movie. The entire family can watch it. I encourage you all to give it a watch as a family, because it's really going to put things in perspective. But I think the best thing to do is to put them up on game early so they can understand the risk.
I understand.
She says she understands, honey. This grandma over here. So what is it that
she's an old soul. We know Aisha Poo understand. I'm talking about for them other babies. Put them up on game. Yeah.
Chase.
Yeah.
Yes, the boys, definitely. All right, so let me go ahead. Y'all want
targeting.
What you say, bro?
I was just saying with that whole concert thing in the metaverse, because at first Travis Scott already had a very popular show, concert in Fortnite through Twitch.
See, I don't be knowing that stuff.
That was just a dry run for it. And it was way more successful than any of his real life concerts. So they like, let's run the dry one, in the first year of the experiment. And the second year of the experiment, now we're going to, introduce this wild, chaotic thing that happened in the real world to, usher in this metaverse bullshit.
Yeah. Can I say something about that Astro concert? There was a girl that appeared on currently AT&T, and she said, "I'm not dead, I'm alive. I don't know how they put my picture as the person that died there." So she don't know how they got a hold to the fact that she died. She was not even in the studio, but they put her on.
Why is it they never stress the point that people bum rushed the concert? There was more people in there that should have been. All those people that pushed past the gate and forced their way in there, which they have video of them doing that.
Right.
All of them should be prosecuted as well. Because they're the ones that actually, they're the ones that actually did it. I mean, no security would have been anticipating that.
None of it makes sense.
But he's been telling them, fuck security, this, that, or the other, come up to the stage, this, that, or the other. But he didn't say that at that time. That's just people being fucking fanatics. People being crazy and losing their fucking mind over a quote unquote celebrity. When are people going to take accountability for the shit that they do? The only reason that these motherfuckers is quote unquote celebrities is because people believe that they're fucking celebrities.
Well, that's true. That's true for sure, for sure.
The whole part when go ahead, Brother Sean. I was gonna say the part when they was walking through his mouth, that symbology itself was enough, you know.
Exactly. I mean, they consented to whatever the fuck went on there. When you entered the belly of the beast,
right,
you already knew what his shows and all this was about. They consented to it. They participated in it. They gave all that chaos, energy, and life.
Right.
He didn't do nothing personally to not one person there. Nothing. They did it to each other. And once that fear took over, it was a done deal. But they voluntarily subjected themselves to that. That's why you shouldn't go places like that. That's why you shouldn't be sitting up giving your energy to people you know nothing about.
Right.
It's all about consent.
Very good point. Very good point. Well, thank you, Miss Asia Pooh. We truly appreciate hearing from you. And please keep us old folks updated, honey. Keep us old heads updated, because I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, she ran off, but I let her know.
Yeah, keep us updated, because child.
So y'all ready for this land report?
Yes, I got Nisi Pooh, we ready.
Okay, y'all want present or y'all want historical?
It's your world. You do what you feel is best.
Okay, here we go.
Line it up.
This article is titled, "These People Own the Most Land in America." And this is according to GoBankingRates.com. And the reason why GoBankingRates.com can post these types of articles is because the fact that AI is able to search public records. They can search mortgage rates faster than a regular person. So they're pulling from different data sources, and they're able to come up with this information. So here we go. Trailing just Russia and Canada, the United States is the third largest country in the world by landmass, covering nearly 2.3 billion acres. The largest overall landowner, they just don't want to let me have it. I'm going to sit in my car.
Girl,
I'm just gonna sit in my
screaming.
car.
I'm screaming.
Just gonna go sit in a Tesla.
The things that mothers go through. It's just like a given. Soon as you get on that phone, Ma, can I?
All right, here we go. The largest overall landowner in the country is the U.S. government, with different departments: the Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Department of Defense, and others, which control different parts of federal land. While state governments also own much land, there are also private landowners who own hundreds of thousands of acres across the country. Here we go. I'm going to skip down to the meat. Here we go. So it ranks it from 50 to 1. I'm not about to go from 50 because we'll be here all day. I'm going to go to number 20 and run it from there. So the top 20 landowners Jeff Bezos is number 25. So I just go ahead and
okay, I'm trying to get with you. You said you're starting at 20. You starting at 25 or 20?
I'm going to start at 20, but as I was scrolling down, I seen Bezos. I had to put that out there. All right, so number 20, Westervelt Heirs. Herbert Westervelt started a paper company in the late 1800s. The company, now known as Westervelt Company, has operations in renewable energy, lumber, and wildlife services. Westervelt's heirs own over 500,000 acres across Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Number 19, the Martin family. Half the size of Anchorage, Alaska. The Martin family, owners of the nearly 100-year-old Royal Martin Lumber Company, own over 500,000 acres of land, primarily in Louisiana. Number 18, the Stimson family. They own 552,000 acres, 1/3 the size of Delaware. Founded by Thomas Douglas Stimson, the Stimson Lumber Company, which today operates out of the Pacific Northwest, has remained in the family for 6 generations. Today, the Stimson family owns 552,000 acres, primarily in Montana, Idaho, and Oregon. Number 17, Thomas Petterfee. Twice the size of San Antonio, Texas. Thomas Petterfee arrived in the United States as a refugee from Hungary in 1965. Petterfee made a fortune as a successful investor and innovator on Wall Street. He became one of the largest landowners in the United States when he purchased 561,000 acres of land in northern Florida for $700 million in 2015. He bought more land recently. Number 16, the O'Connor family. They own 7 times the size of Philadelphia. Heirs of the late Thomas O'Connor, who immigrated to the United States from Ireland in the late 1800s, own over 500,000 acres, including the O'Connor Ranch in South Texas. The family patriarch owned 500,000 acres in Texas, and the family fortune grew considerably when his son discovered oil on the family land. Number 15, the Ford family. They own the size twice of Los Angeles. The descendants of the late Kenneth Ford owned 583 acres, primarily in Oregon. Ford made a career in the timber business during the Great Depression. Number 14, the Likes heirs. They own 3 times the size of New York City. The Likes heirs own a 300,000 plus acre ranch in Florida, which includes sugarcane and cattle operations, as well as a 264,000 acre ranch in West Texas. The Likes heirs are descendants of the late Dr. Howell Tyson Likes, who left a career in medicine to raise cattle and grow citrus. Number 13, and I have this name in my lineage, the Briscoe family. They own 3 times the size of Dallas. The combined land holdings of the heirs of former Texas governor, the late Dolph Briscoe Jr., total 640,000 acres. Their holdings include the 100,000 acre Catarina Ranch in southern Texas. Number 12, the Wilkes brothers. Brothers Ferris and Dan Wilkes launched Frac Tech, a natural gas extraction company, in 2002 and sold it for $3.5 billion. Since then, they have been acquiring land. They are the largest landowners in both Montana and Idaho. The Wilkes brothers also own ranches in Oregon, Tennessee, and Texas. Number 11, the Pingree Heirs. David Pingree, known as the Merchant Prince of Salem, built an empire that exceeded 1 million acres in the 1800s. Today, between his 5th, 6th, and 7th generation of descendants, Pingree's heirs own some 830,000 acres, mostly in Maine, through Seven Islands Land Company, a lumber company.
Number 10. It's a lot of lumber. Y'all peeping that?
Mm-hmm. Number 10, King
and
Ranch.
Descendants from Europe.
Right,
that
part.
Number 10, King Ranch heirs, 3 times the size of Los Angeles. The King Ranch heirs own ranches in southern Texas that spread across over 900,000 acres. The ranch spawned from land was originally purchased by Captain Richard King in 1853 and subsequently passed down through generations. Number 9, the Singleton family. They own 3 times the size of Houston. The Singleton family owns a number of ranches, mostly in New Mexico. The family's 1.1 million acres of land also includes land in California. Number 8, Brad Kelly. Brad Kelly's investment group purchased the well-known Calumet Farm, a thoroughbred horse breeding and training facility in Kentucky. Today, most of Kelly's 1.2 million acres are located there in Kentucky. Number 7, Peter Buck. He owns the size of Trinidad and Tobago. Peter Buck made his fortune as a founding partner of the Subway restaurant franchise. Buck is the owner of Tall Timbers Trust, one of the largest owners of timber in Maine. All told, Buck owns over 1.2 million acres. Number 6, the Irving family. The Irving family is the 6th largest private landholder in the United States. In addition to the 1.2 million acres the family owns primarily in Maine, the Irvings also own about 2 million acres in Canada. Number 5, Stan Kroenk. He owns the size of Prince Edward Island. Real estate mogul and owner of the Los Angeles Rams, Stan Kroenk owns 1.4 million acres of land in the United States, including a 124,000-acre ranch in Montana and land in Wyoming. Kroenk is married to Ann Walton and heirs to the Walmart fortune.
Child, shut your mouth.
Number 4, the Reed family. Their land equals half the size of Connecticut. For 5 generations, the Reed family has owned and operated the lodging company Green Diamond Resource Company. The family's 1.7 million acres of land are primarily spread across spread across Washington, Oregon, and California. I wonder what Green Diamond Resource Company does. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, because I want to know that too. Because if they're mining diamonds, we should know.
Would make sense.
That would make sense, right?
Yes, because I just have a feeling that they mining something. Green Diamond Resource. We're gonna look that up.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Number 3.
I know about this fossil, but go ahead.
Number 3, Ted Turner. His land equals roughly twice as large as Rhode Island. CNN founder Ted Turner owns 2 million acres of land, largely in New Mexico, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Georgia. Much of Turner's land is used as grazing land for over 50,000 head of buffalo, the largest private bison herd in the world. Number 2, the Emerson family. Their land equals a third of the size of Vermont. The Emerson family owns and operates Sierra Pacific Industries, a company that logs usable lumber after forest fires and sells it to lumber retailers. Through Sierra Pacific, the family owns some 2 million acres in California and Washington. And coming in at number 1 with 2.2 million acres, which is half the size of Lake Ontario, John Malone. He's the largest private landowner in the U.S. Malone made his fortune as a media tycoon, building the company Telecommunications Inc., also known as TCI, and acting as its CEO before selling it to AT&T for $50 billion in 1999. Malone's 2.2 million acres are largely located in Maine, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming, and include profitable cattle ranches. So there's your land report. Thank you for listening.
Wow.
And yes, they make their millions on timber.
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all remember when we were on the series The Real Pilgrims, the true story of immigrants coming to America, we talked about in the readings, and I can't remember which book it was in, how King James had to put a moratorium in Europe for them to stop cutting down the trees because they had cut down so much that it had damaged the soil where they couldn't even grow. And that's why a lot of the food we had to ship a lot of our food from over here to over there because they had damaged their soil so much. So it's a pattern with these Europeans to cut down trees and timber. They look at this stuff as commodities. Okay. And we should see this as a continuous pattern, just like when we talked about the ancient trees, them cutting those down as well, just like we're talking about lithium batteries, how they're literally digging in the root systems of the ancient trees to excavate resources. So that was extremely interesting to see that most of those landowners that she read in the top 20 have an interest in lumber.
Hey, one of those that you read about was getting the lumber after a fire.
You know, I was like, side eye, baby. Yes.
And Paradise, California. Remember?
Yeah.
So that, I think that person owns the land and is getting the money to sell for houses. The gas prices are connected to all of this, so they're getting richer.
And the thing that bothers me the most is just the amount of destruction that continues to happen on the planet.
Because they do want to get richer.
We're literally dealing with the mentality. That's why I think folks are not indigenous to the planet. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think they're indigenous to the planet. Because who would excavate a planet to the point of just straight up self-destruction? Because that's, I mean, literally, like I, explained in those other podcasts, we're to the point now that they're excavating the resources from an original excavation. That's not natural. You cannot possibly be indigenous to the planet to think that that's okay.
Well, that just gives you a clue that the fires are not accidental.
Yeah, it's for the purpose of wealth, number one, which I even think it's just deeper than that. I just think it's just to keep controlling the realm, continues to terraform, to continue to control the realm. That's what I think. I literally think that movie or that series, Westworld, I think it pretty much damn summed it up. I really, really do, because that's just not natural. that you keep excavating, just no regard for the harm on the environment, the harm on the people, and what you're excavating for. It's not needed. It's wants. It's not needed. And in the meantime, you're wiping out natural ecosystems. That's parasite behavior. That's literally what that is.
It's it.
Yes, sir.
But if they're trying to separate you from nature and get you to go full throttle into the virtual world, they have to convince you that nothing in the natural world is worth anything. You can recreate it all in virtual world. You can have your paradise without insects, without having to worry about getting eaten by a lion or this, that, or the other. It's all part of the fuckery. Remember, they create the problems and then allegedly and supposedly when there was nothing wrong in the first fucking place.
Right.
We just have to quit giving in to all these programs that they're suggesting to us. We need to create our own programs and just fuck with our shit. I mean, they always emulating what we do anyway. As long as we following after them, yeah, they gonna keep doing what they doing. But the minute we say that we ain't fucking with them no more, we go do something different, then guess who behind us peeking over our shoulders and shit?
Right. What they working on?
What y'all doing now?
What
y'all doing now? But we choose to be followers instead of leaders and creators.
Exactly.
As people keep saying that our ancestors created the Constitution and how this all this shit was supposed to have been put in place for us. But I don't see how. If we wasn't doing none of this dumb shit, how was this dumb shit set up to benefit us?
Yeah.
We didn't need no man-made laws in this aspect. Nature provides for and takes care of its own.
Exactly.
I mean, take elephants, for instance. When that young bull elephant get to acting up, the adults come together and they put his ass out.
Sure do.
Period. And they didn't need to write nothing.
What you say, they ain't need to write nothing.
Oh, they didn't need God to tell them that or none of that shit. You fucking up. It's time for you to go. You think you grown. You think you got everything under control. Well, get your ass out there. It's a whole big ass world out there for you. I ain't taking care of your ass no more.
Right.
Beat it.
Get to stepping. No, you're right.
Same thing. We forgot how to take care of ourselves. So now we sitting around waiting for Zaddy to take care of us. Everybody waiting for this welfare state where you don't have to work, this, that, or the other. I can understand not wanting to do their jobs, but you still have to put in work.
That's right.
You got to know the difference. But if you're content with a job and what they're giving you, just continue doing what you're doing. If you want that welfare state, just continue what you're doing. Walking off of jobs and you have no way to survive, but you sit up and say that this corporation is bankrupt. But you're dependent on this corporation to take care of you.
Right.
Corporations so bankrupt that now they give you digital money because they know they don't have the right to keep cutting down trees and doing what they're doing to make this bullshit ass paper.
Right.
I mean, I guess a lot of people may be confused I mean, people who are into nature is conflicted with the whole Green Deal thing because we really don't believe there should be fracking. You shouldn't be taking oil. You shouldn't be doing this, that, or the other, especially when there's free energy technology. There's no reason to be taking mama off balance like that.
Right.
It's just like if somebody started digging in your body and taking blood out of here and taking blood out of there and taking a piece of your organ here and a piece of your organ there, your body ain't gonna hold up too long.
Exactly. Exactly.
But on the other end, you're so conditioned to working for the man, for working for the system, trying to obtain material things and be acknowledged and recognized by them as equals. You lose yourself. You lose your connection to mama. You can be in that virtual world. They not gonna be there.
Mm.
They can just go drain blood from you whenever they want to. And then they can go actually sit in the sun or be in the real water.
Right.
Swimming, yachting, flying,
Right.
doing whatever it is they want to do.
Rolling in the grass, walking the gardens. Exactly.
Eating real meat, everything.
Right.
While you in the virtual world, eating and living in there. You happy in the virtual world, but you got a crackhead body in the real world.
Exactly.
I digress.
No, very, very good points. Very good points. Thanks, Nisi Pooh, for the land report. Let's bring on Brother 832. Let me do this. And then Nuwa, when you're ready to come on, beloved, raise your hand. Doggone it, that's me. Where'd you go to? Okay, there you are, Brother 832. All right, you should be muted, Brother 832.
Roger! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
And coming out of the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, coming to the solar system to land on the rings of Saturn, Scotty Youngblood. What up, though?
Yo, what up? What up?
You know, I'm going to give you a fuckery report tonight, Rhonda, with some certain news items that may upset, some may offend. But before I do that, Timber! Quite a few of those people, about 4 or 5 of those families, all seem to congregate in Maine, huh? What's up with that?
Yep.
You know what's the most famous thing from Maine? You know what that is? Or I should say the most famous person.
Stephen King.
Scary motherfucker Stephen King. Go get the words out of my
mouth. Yeah, okay.
Out in the woods? Is that what we said? Out in the woods. How in the hell are we going to say any of these people, on average, between 2 and 1 million acres in one state?
It's staggering.
Of our ancestral land?
It's staggering.
Of our ancestral land. Do you remember the company? Is it Weyerhaeuser? Isn't that it, Sean? Isn't it Weyerhaeuser? Wasn't that a major paper company?
Yes.
For years, for decades?
Yep.
But here's the thing. I'm not going to spoil it for you, Rhonda, but I do have to say one thing that's going, you like to say, flip your wig. Out of the Eternals, guess what the name of the Celestials that was supposed to come from the emergence of the bowels of Mama Earth. Guess what the name was of that celestial? Don't say so, Scotty. Don't you give it away. Scotty.
I'm just going to guess Nibiru.
Yes. Yo, you almost did, but who the hell did Nibiru fuck up?
Tiamat.
And change the second A to U. WTF? Now, Scotty, you can say drop your eternal quote on that. Describe to her what Tiamat looked like, Scotty.
Tiamat rose from the emergence from a volcano.
Supposedly, possibly out in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, in the Indian Ocean.
And his armor was gold, Rhonda. I'm going to stop there because I don't want to spoil it for you.
Child, y'all kidding me, right? I don't want to go to this ghetto theater, but I might just have to go to this theater with my Lysol and bug spray. What?
So that is the name of the celestial they decided was going to be emerging from, quote unquote, the Earth. Okay? Take from that what you will. Now, for the fuckery report, there's certain, I'm going to say the gross, disgusting things first. There is a female door dasher who actually took a dump in the lobby of an apartment complex that she dropped off and ordered.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the woman. I can care less. I'm sorry.
Why would she do that?
It was not explained. It was just reported and caught on surveillance tape. Secondly, don't remember the name of the woman. Don't care. It was some weird punk rock group.
Yeah.
The woman that was the singer said, "I gotta pee." You know where I'm going, right, Sandra? You heard? I think that was in Cali too. I gotta pee. Asked for a fan to come up on stage. Urinated on his face.
Wait a minute. Who peed on whom?
Let me see if I can.
Go ahead, Sandra. Go ahead, Sandra. You take that.
What?
She peed in his face. They have her on currently AT&T. Let me see if I can.
Okay, so I know that men, y'all can hold your thing and pee. So this dummy laid down and let her pee on him.
She pulled down her pants. They have a picture of her pulling down her pants.
After announcing to the audience that you gotta go, I gotta go, let's make a performance out of it.
See if they come up.
So I just put those two examples out. This happened to be white females. I don't know what you want to read into that. I just wanted you to understand. Those are two major news stories in the past.
Yeah, she's in the news.
Now, the one that I think that might intrigue you most, and it's again on your doorstep, good Sandra. Have you heard about the Staples Center naming convention of $700 million with Crypto.com and AEG? And can both of you tell me why AEG is infamous, if not famous?
Well,
you hip to that?
You're not mixing it with AIG, right? You're not mixing it up with AIG.
No. AEG. And it's a very important reason from the story for you to understand the significance of who this is.
Well,
but I know you know the Staples Center.
Yeah, I heard that it was changed, that the naming rights was up for renewal and Crypto.com.
$700 million. $700 million. And it has already been authorized as Crypto.com. But I'm asking you if you know the significance of AEG.
No, I'm looking them up.
Should I drop a hint of? I drop the hint of King of Pop?
Oh, was they the people that was financing his concert, his last concert?
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Now, the significance of the story is AEG is fundamentally involved in major sports and other venues, which would it be stuff like betting online?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be stuff like fantasy football?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be stuff like other sports, like quote unquote actual football, which we call soccer?
Right.
Now, I don't know if you see the story. Go, pull up when you would. I think you're going to see some very amazing and interesting things about this. In addition to the Lakers, the Kings, and the Sparks, the WNBA,
Mm-hmm.
have all officially involved and are entwined with Crypto.com as a platform. Do you understand what that means? I know you, Rhonda, understand what that means.
Yep.
Now, as a segue or an aside for the King of Pop and AEG, who, as you said, were the promoters of This Is It, the founding, which they're still making money off of that outside of the supposed estate of Michael Joseph Jackson. Do you know that they are still not talking? This is kind of a follow-up point to Scotty. You're correct, not only about Travis Scott putting his Fortnite concert was during the pandemic last year. Over 28 million people used it.
Okay.
Right.
28 million? Wait a minute, 28 million?
Scotty may have more exacting numbers since that's his generation.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that sound about
right. But dig this. Guess who the promoter is for the sacrificial, satanic, supposed debacle? And Scotty was absolutely right about whether that was planned or intended or not. Understand, this is my spin on it. This is the first insurrectionist concert. You get what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Could you see where that's headed from? The insurrection, white supremacist, domestic terrorist mob was turned loose on the nation's capital. And then what happens here at Astroworld? And the reason why I'm saying that too, I'm going to segue back to, I believe, She Who Walks Among the Mist made a reference to some family, I care less who the name was, that claimed in number 9 was the slot, I think, to have owned land 3 times the size of Houston. First of all, for people don't understand, Houston it juggles back and forth with Chicago, whether we're the 4th or the 3rd largest city
the
for
Singleton
population.
Family, but go ahead, yeah.
But do you know that the city's actual square mileage is 660 square miles? Did you know that? So then triple that number. Okay, 660 square miles. And do you know we're not the largest city? Do you know what the largest city by square mileage in America is? Ironically, Jacksonville, at well over 800 square miles. But you know what the bulk of that actual acreage
Jacksonville, Mississippi?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, Florida, okay.
The Jacksonville of Andrew white supremacist Jackson, mentor of MAGA man Donald John Trump. That more than 800 square miles is mostly the naval installation and port. The city itself is probably no larger than like Washington, D.C. And you know that's only 10 square miles.
Right, right.
But the actual supposed mileage, square mileage of the city is 800 square miles. Now, you know, I'm saying this in a roundabout way for us to really start understanding significance, not just of you know, say good Nisi, very good on understanding what this land reports is significant. But I cannot underscore more than enough that more than 4 or 5 of those families, most of them in the top 10, are out of Maine.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows what's going on in Maine? You know, other than it's literally next door to, was that Ontario? The Canadian side of it. Just west of Nova Scotia, which we don't know much about that either. You know? I'm sorry?
I said Nova Scotia, the Huguenots came out of there from France.
The Huguenots?
Huguenots.
French, yes, the black nobility, the stepchildren of the Moors.
Yep.
In them. one more fuckery report for your consideration. This is still dealing with, in a sense, some of the AI stuff that we talked about. Now, we already said about crypto. Crypto.com. You know about Coinbase. You understand the significance of Coinbase. And it's where they trade cryptocurrency that's not been authorized in the so-called real world.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to put it under this term, transhumanism. And now this is going to go into, you Siskel or am I Ebert? Okay.
Whichever
so,
one.
you were talking Black Mirror, but that's the same brother for Altered Carbon. I know you know Altered Carbon. And you know why I keep bringing it up about the stacks and the sleeves. Right? The stack is what's put in the base. Yeah, Anthony Mackie. You're right, bro. But she hate he. He hate he. You don't remember that? How he impregnated over 19 lesbians?
Oh, I hated that stupid ass movie. But yeah.
So I shouldn't have brought that up, but you do know that is the same brother. He is also the Falcon.
Anthony Mackie,
who becomes,
Anthony Mackie.
Yes, he becomes the next. He becomes the Black Captain America in the next round of Marvel.
That Mackie surname.
Ooh, damn! Wait, Scotty. You knocked that out the park, Mackie.
Yeah, that.
But was he talking about? But was he talking about the Mac?
Just like I caught in that land report, I saw that name Singleton too.
Right. Yeah. So okay, as we're talking in this back and forth in the virtual world, in the Matrix and Avatar and Altered Carbon, I threw one at you last time I talked to you about Another Life. If you haven't seen that yet, that one I think is going to take it again to the next level. Those are energy beings, by the way, in that particular series, and they drop an infinity-shaped ship on planet Earth, and then create a crystalline structure that looks like one of the ancient trees, but they call it an artifact. Okay, that's Another Life. Now, on the situation of transhumanism, this is exactly what's in that story as well, because the stacks and the sleeves in Altered Carbon, it's interesting too, they were saying we altered carbon. Carbon is supposed to be the basis of life on Earth. But you had to steal silicon. Remember that guy you had with those pieces that he was talking about? What significance of silicon in comparison to carbon? And when it merges with water, it's 5 to 6 times denser and stronger than carbon. And all diamond is based on carbon under supposedly millions of years of pressure. Did you see or hear the news story about a new silicon-based mineral they thought not existing on the planet in a diamond found deep in the mantle of where those diamonds typically come from?
Africa.
South Africa? Yeah. Do you know the only working diamond mine in America is in Arkansas? You know that? I'm sure it's not the only one, but it's the only one that you're allowed to know. Public record. They still find them walking the ground, playing on the ground. But this news story talked about a diamond that had another silica-based mineral inside it. Okay? So when we're talking about transhumanism, we're talking about AI, when we're talking about the metaverse, and by the way, in Marvel series What If, it's called the multiverse. I'm sure you probably may have heard of the movie called The One with Jet Li, where he went through the multiverse and killed himself 123 times. Okay, and then the point of that was to get the essence of his existence in each one of those multiverses to where he would come down to killing the final one so he would become the one. That was the whole point of the plot of that movie, The One. But I'm saying these things to say, remember everything we're talking about, even transistors for the microchip, and all of it is worked on going down to the molecular level, because we now have nanotechnology, nanobots, and all these things that are computerized, robotic things on a molecular level. It can be almost inside the atom, Rhonda. But guess what those wafers are made of? They got a name for it in Sandra's backyard. They call it the valley. The what? The Silicon Valley. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So the ancient tree roots, basically.
Can it be more in your face?
No, it really can't.
Yeah. So when we're talking about all these fictional, supposed science fiction tales, there are morality plays. They are telling us the truth while saying it's fictionalized. But isn't that the reverse of how all lies stand on a kernel of truth?
Right.
So they're giving you the actual truth and then packaging it in what you could say is a lie. Because they're telling you it's not real, right? That's what science fiction is supposed to be. That's what film is supposed to be. But at the same time, we're moving and being altered in our carbon, altered in our existence, altered into what's saying going to be transhumanism. And the transhumanism, AI, like you said, Neuralink is one of them. The Starlink is supposed to be his next generation. You see all the satellites that they put out, there's like hundreds of them, not thousands of them now. It's almost becoming congested. Space Station was warning about how many of these satellites that Elon Musk, because they're being put up, they're smaller in size, but they have to be spread out in a larger, amount.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's almost like, well, remember when you were looking at altered carbon, remember we talked about that alien technology when you looked up and you saw it sparkling, remember, in the atmosphere?
Yeah.
When those satellites were being controlled by the sister,
mm-hmm.
who was really, her body was inhabited by one of those ancient alien beings.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Elon Musk is trying to accomplish with Starlink. And when we continue to inhabit the metaverse, and that's the reason that Facebook changed its name to Meta.
Right.
It is already being pushed. You yourself said that Walmart has now acknowledged and is accepting, if not Bitcoin, some cryptocurrency for transactions online. He who walks among the mist last week was talking about that when she was saying, how do you get cryptocurrency that you have that can't be spent outside of the virtual world?
Right.
Yet, the stress, yet. But then you transactionally are already conducting business on the internet because what forced you there? The pandemic?
Yep.
This is almost 2 years now. 2020 and 2021, what has effectively happened to the entire world's population? Not just because America only sees itself, the center of the universe, kind of bullshit thing that we talk, that's propaganda. But everyone in the world has been directed towards, and I'll wrap up my movie review with one particular movie you may remember, Surrogates, with 3 people: Bruce Willis, Bing Raines, and Boris Kodjoe. You ever see that? I think so. I think we talked about it.
No, I didn't see it before.
Surrogates were people living through robotic beings and not existing in the real world. They had these basically cybernetic things that would go out. They could do anything. They could skydive. They could be in a crash, be run over, be blown up, and they don't die. Because you don't die, because there was protective barriers that prevented it actually from affecting you. Mm-hmm. But then someone created a ray gun that could cause and trigger you to be not only feeling pain, but be killed through your avatar. And the revolutionary was Ving Rhames with dreadlocks. He was the supposed villain character. Bruce Willis is always playing a cop or something.
Oh, I
and
did.
Boris
I
Kodjoe,
didn't see all of that. I saw like a portion of it because didn't.
And remember Boris Kodjoe was his boss?
That part I don't.
Boris
remember,
Kodjoe
I
was
didn't
Bruce
see the
Willis's
whole thing,
boss.
but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Surrogate. That's the name of that movie, was Surrogate. But essentially, these are all different. Altered Carbon, Surrogates, The Matrix. All these things we've had laid out for us, and possibly in the last decade or so, essentially since 2000, more or less.
Right.
So for the last 20 years, we've already been adjusted in our psyche and our consciousness. Comfortable, those VR glasses that you talked about, those goggles and all this shit. There's another movie called Ready Player One, and Alita, Warrior Angel. These are for the younger children. This is for Asia, her daughter. They're already watching these things. Almost all the animes, I know Scotty, all the animes are talking about avatars. And they've got a new damn stupid ass singing competition on TV called Alter Ego, doing that shit with Will.i.am right now. This is just a spinoff on The Voice, where you don't see the person, you're basically only hearing them. But their spin they did on it, they are creating avatars that are holograms that come out on the stage while the person is behind the scenes. You know how they do the green screen stuff? The person is behind the stage in a green screen type room where they are projecting their avatar onto the stage. So you only hear their voice. That's supposed to be giving it more of a pure kind of competition instead of people's attitudes and bigotry about skin color or overweight or whether they're beauty or ugly and all that kind of stuff. That's supposed to be is removed by this avatar fictional kind of character so that we hear their true talent or their voice. Now, that's, you can buy that. It can go one or two ways on that. But it's a setup though, right? All of this stuff.
Right.
It was a setup. So it is already, and Sean said it. He definitely said it. He said, you know what, Sean, the variation I would add to what you said was the bullshit of the American Colonization Society. Started in the 1820s, about 1820, 1825. That even Abraham Lincoln tried to endorse and encourage that shit. He even had a plan of sending us to Panama. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So if like these same mofos, like you just said, Sean, is saying, ooh, this satanic ritual that happened with Travis Scott, there's going to be another one. Maybe not even before the holiday season jump off, Rhonda, because there's going to be another traumatic kind of event at a setting like that. We totally forgot about that guy. What was the fool that shot 60-something people and injured 600 out there in goddamn Vegas? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
One guy, we're supposed to believe, got all them weapons up into that, what was that, Mandalay Bay, I believe it was?
In Las Vegas?
Got all them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? In Vegas. The guy got all those, supposedly spirited all those goddamn automatic high-powered rifles, shot and killed 60 people, killed himself, quote unquote, 600 wounded. It's not even been mentioned again since then. We don't even know who that guy was. Go ahead.
Wasn't he on like the 60th floor too?
Child, I just can't.
Something like that. And wasn't he also a pilot in the CIA?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just psyops after psyops, but continue.
So when the next event triggers, I don't know if you saw, I know I'm rambling and wrapping a lot of stuff together. Did you see Madam X from Madonna? It's another one of these, this is the way they're packaging stuff that's kind of COVID, post-COVID. So they have packaged together some of the last concerts that she did, similar to what AEG was supposed to do with Michael Jackson before he mysteriously died.
Mm-hmm.
And so in Madam X, remember, she's ever since like a virgin and urinating on the crucifix and all this other stuff that's anti-Catholicism, supposedly. But she's building this mythology of what is it, Wiccan?
Mm-hmm.
Witchcraft?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what the Kardashians are doing? Kris Jenner is the head of a coven.
Mm-hmm.
And who are they all getting? Melanated men, except the one daughter, Courtney, who got a white one, and he stays drunk.
Right.
Well, he does. I mean, if you think about it, he's been DUI, he's been in and out of jail. Hell, even Rob, the son, got with Black China. He's got him tricked out with a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Then they turn Bruce Jenner into a so-called transgender. And he went and got black. You know what? He, she, it, they, and them. I mean, I don't know. But all of this stuff is being laid out to terrorize us, rather. The point I'm getting at
I don't
is
see
that
how that's terrorizing us when folks are willingly getting with them. I have no sympathy. They get what they get.
No, I wasn't pointing them out specifically. I was laying all it out as a panorama. I'm saying all this activity, this Travis Scott thing, going to get another incident like that. Was it, like you said, you might call it a psyops or whatever, or it's a satanic ritual. But I'm saying it is to psychologically beat us, the Aboriginal people, some submissiveness and be herded. Like what Sean said, some of them are going to willingly be herded into the virtual world. While they can do that to as many of us as they can, I think the point that you were making, Sean, is that they're going to do an even bigger land grab. You kind of said it like, going out there doing a vacation video or something, whatever. Notice how you always got all these immigrants that come over here, talk about how much money they made. They got a fucking yacht and a fucking Rolls Royce limo and all these statuesque, blonde, Caucasian model looking, the ones I'm talking about. They got all these damn infomercials of these super wealthy, came over here, got the American dream, blah, blah, blah. You can do it too, but you can't ever seem to figure out how to do it. But this is all a part of the theater, Rhonda, I guess is what I'm going to say. But the theater of the mind that's being used and going to continue to bombard us. And it's not us. It's not me, not you, not Sean, not them. It's Scotty. You already heard it from Asia. As they say, out of the mouths of babes. The trigger in these commercials, almost all of them, you notice they have racially ambiguous people, white mother, black father, vice versa, whatever. Every commercial, every show has that combo in the background. And they're constantly trying to portray a certain message. But again, after all that I've said, you know what I'm going to say in part. All of them are foreign. All of them are not from here. I don't care. And you said it yourself tonight, Rhonda. They can't be from this planet. And I won't forget that French judge that talked about those indigenous people that said, fuck France. Remember that? From 2015. He said off the bench, what? White people were not indigenous to France. White people were not indigenous to Europe. Hell, he even went so far to say, don't think you're indigenous from the planet. Now, what compelled the judge to say that from the bench? Because I don't care where you're from, who you are, what's your avatar. If you're from another solar system or from the celestials out of the eternals in the center of the beginning of the universe, you ain't from here. Last call for alcohol. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Peace and love, peace and love. And I just want to add on there, let's make no mistake about it. I'm talking about everybody. So it don't matter to me about your skin color because I want us to be real clear. So Moors, get your dirty ass folks and get to stepping. Get all your badass chillins. Get to stepping. Anunnaki, them, Inky, Binky, Linky, them, come get your motherfucking cheering and get the fuck on. But it's funny because I was talking to my other niece and she said, because I was like, yeah, I just want them to get the fuck on, basically. And she was like, they don't want to be bothered with their ass. They left them here. And I'm like, damn, you know what? That's like somebody, huh? What you say, son, Scott?
I'm saying for real though, there is some major fuck ups. They ain't got shit. They ain't done shit right, and they've been trying so long. Like they just built themselves up with this motherfucking romanticized glory story. But everywhere else in the universe, everybody looking at them like, damn, they some fuck ups. They remedial. Like, damn, they ain't got their shit together.
Right. I'm like, you know what they did? Leave they nappy head ass babies here. It's like somebody, can you watch the babies for a couple of days? And they stinking ass don't come back. That's literally what I'm like, Mama Earth. Or Mama Earth.
Then that kids start showing you why their parents ain't came back. They start really showing out like, God damn.
Come and get these baby kids, these destructive mother effers. We don't want them here. Get up, go on. Earth is tired. I know if I'm tired, I know Earth got to be tired. Get on. We don't care. We don't care about your lineage. We don't care about your sky daddy. Please stand out and tell them to come pick you up. Leave. We don't want you here. It's been nothing but death and destruction and chaos. Get out.
So, as he was saying that, that saying, we're going to reduce our carbon footprint, kept running through my head. And who are they talking about but us? They're reducing the footprint by putting you guys in that virtual junk, the metaverse. So that's their way of doing it, obviously. And of course, it's hoochie coochie.
Well, they got to keep feeding on you because those that are indigenous to the planet, this is your stuff. They had to terraform your environment in order to survive. So if there's not a you, meaning the indigenous natural people, there isn't a them. But the goal is to control, to feed, and to keep excavating the resources, and to keep running it with their technology and linking their technology to your energy so they can live comfy, cozy in the realm.
Exactly.
So again, leave. We don't want you here. We don't consent to any of it. Get the fuck on. I don't care about your race. I don't care about your religious beliefs. Leave. This is not your home. You got to do too much dramatization to even just remotely make it comfortable. Leave. That's what people should be concentrating on. And creating the environment that you truly, truly want. But people think that they can sit on the fence and don't want to put no work in, and it's not going to work that way. So let me bring in Nuwa. Then I had a couple other things I want to share with the fam, because Nuwa's been holding for a minute now.
Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, beloved.
Peace and love, Nuwa.
What up, Scotty? Beat me up, bro. What up, Uncle Sean? What up, Auntie Rhonda? What up, Auntie?
Go ahead, beloved. Uh-oh. You get knocked off already?
I think he did. He just said my name. Like, they should have said.
Child, maybe he should have said none of our names. Oh, man. He may have to hang up and come back in.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
If our DNA is changing because of elevated frequencies, then we're naturally changing from that carbon type being anyway. We're the only ones that can do that.
Exactly.
The only way that they can reduce theirs would be the virtual world.
Exactly.
It's the only way they can continue to exist. And The thing is, their technology has to be able to hold up. And that's the problem that they're having. It can't match Mama.
I totally agree.
So they have to continue to get us to consent and take part in these things
Yep.
in order for them to continue to exist and to emulate what Mama is doing in the virtual world, which is the only place that they can include themselves in it.
That's right.
But we have to participate in that.
Exactly.
We give our consent. We've already given over our future generations to it. People keep thinking that the battle for the children and save our children just has to do with traffic tickets and whatnot. No, it's the virtual world too. If that's the future, if that's the thing that they've been setting up for, we primed our children for it. We gave them the technology, we gave them the time to do it, unmonitored. So, I mean, to an extent, the best that you can hope for is to train them to be warriors in that realm, still having consciousness of self, not just getting lost in those characters.
Right.
Especially considering they're telling you that they plan on being able to transfer things from the virtual world to the real world, etc. They already laying it out for you. If you're going to participate in it, at least know the rules, know the loopholes, and know how to navigate in it.
Exactly.
An agent ain't just somebody that's against you. Any of us that's on the inside getting information from them, that's an agent also.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand war. They start their children off learning about war. That's why when they reach a certain age, they hit that little switch or whatever, and you sitting up thinking that this your child's friend because they went to school together or this, that, or the other. And that'd be the first motherfucker to turn on your child. But y'all thought they was cool because they went to school together, because they grew up together. We can't have that type of trust in each other. Why do we place that much faith in others who are not from here? But I digress.
Yeah, and just real quick, I thought about our brother from the UK, and shout out to him. It keeps standing out to me what he was saying when he said that they already tapped into the frequency of the future and they don't see themselves in it. And it's scaring them. That's why they keep trying to hold on and maintain this control and speeding everything up to try to get to this virtual world. That's the whole purpose of the virtual world, because they went to the future. They're not there.
Mm-hmm.
That's because the frequency has changed. And that's why we keep stressing to you all to make sure that you're working on yourself, that you are creating the world you want to live in. Okay? Because they're talking this big game about AR and VR and all of that, but honey, they struggling trying to get them 5G towers up. or to implement it. They're struggling. Make no mistake about it. Just because they've tested it in the lab and it works in the lab and it can work in a couple of locations, that's vastly different than turning it on totally around the world, because they've lost control of the overall frequency. I told you all years ago that 5G and all of that was not to take people out. I told you all that was them trying to keep up with the planet's frequency. I told you that they were behind. And sure enough, now they're admitting that the Schumann resonance is so high, it's the highest they've ever been. They cannot keep up. They're scrambling, literally, trying to rewrite the script, trying to reset a future to see themselves in it, in this realm, and they don't see it. That's what this is ultimately about. Now, again, you can make whatever choice you want to make. If you want to rock with them, you know, if you believe in those sky daddies, I don't have no problem with that. It's not me to judge. Do you, boo? But those that say they don't consent, they want no parts of it, you're free. We don't have to be bothered. And no amount of kicking and screaming, trolling, shaming, none of that's gonna matter. Go on and be with your Lord and your Zaddy and be happy. I'm personally begging them to come to pick you all the hell up. Because I personally do not think folks are going to be able to keep operating in this high frequency realm. I don't see how it's possible. I just don't see it. So, oh well. Okay, Nuwa. Okay, you back on?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks, Auntie.
What you want to put on it?
At the moment, not much. I'll tap in once you get into the information.
Okay. Yes. Shout out to Razzle. We live in the aftermath, not war. Abso-freaking-lutely. We live in the aftermath. I personally cannot get past the former glory of the planet, and we're literally and figuratively living in a wasteland. That is the aftermath. And even with the wasteland, they even excavating the MF and resources out of that. She's absolutely right. That's the aftermath. It don't get no worse than this, people.
The war for your soul.
Yeah.
Or the body, because they live.
No, it's not even the body.
It's not the body.
It's your soul.
Because the body is replaceable.
Consciousness. Yeah. I mean, I remember that Star Trek movie where Captain Kirk and his first mate, she was a female, I guess was, they substituted their bodies and their consciousness so some deity that was in a box could step in. This is what it reminds me of. Every time I'm listening to this stuff, it reminds me of that show. That's what they did. So they agreed for these virtual deities or whatever they were in the box to come in and dwell in them so they can feel the existence of being alive. So I think that's one of the things that this VR was going to, I think you call it VR, is what's going to do for them, and they're going to be able to feel the existence of themselves, which they can't feel as they exist now, because they're kind of, I think they got, it's like you look at Zuckerberg, he looks like a robot. He doesn't even look like he's a real entity.
Yeah. honey, ooh, yes, he just as pale as he want to be.
Yeah, and you see him surfing in Hawaii, and it's like he had gobs and gobs of white paste on his face to keep himself from burning in the sun. And that reminds me.
If they Sky Daddy, if Anu and Inky and all them could only be here for so long.
Exactly.
What makes you think they gonna be here?
That part.
They can't.
That part.
Because I mean, it's simple. Look at everything that they're going through to try and stay here.
Yep.
Ain't nobody coming to try and get them because they can't be here. I mean, as far as for all this stuff about people falling off into this, channeling this energy, channeling that energy, motherfuckers been channeling them allegedly and supposedly for millions of years.
Right.
And no matter who body they take, they ain't all powerful, this, that, or the other, all this shit that we've been led to believe that they gods, this, that, or the other, and they controlled the weather with their thoughts and all this type of bullshit. I mean, they've been coming back and forth forever and still ain't been able to do shit with us. We still here, even in our quote unquote fallen stage, this, that, or the other. They still can't fucking get rid of us. We have to agree to get rid of our goddamn self.
Exactly.
We have to agree to anything and everything in order for them to exist here.
Indeed, that part.
And it's not that we necessarily have to hold on to this as it is. If Mama's frequencies are rising, if we're able to create our own reality, why can't we think about life without them?
That's all I'm saying.
Why ain't that what we focusing on? We quit feed them, they'll eventually die off.
Exactly.
Whether that's going into a lower realm or us ascending, either way, you stop feeding a parasite, it dies.
Exactly.
It's that simple. We making this so hard.
And it's really not.
We giving them power.
It's really, and to be honest, now, if I was to plan it, and I think this is where she going, I would shake all you motherfuckers off.
Kirk had to give consent. They gave consent in that Star Trek.
Again, if I was to plan it, y'all better be goddamn lucky I ain't Mama Earth. Because I would shake each and every last one of y'all off my tit. I promise you I would.
And why do we care about what rituals they performing? They ain't got no power over you if you ain't giving it or giving your energy into it. I mean, people talk about what happened at that concert. More people died at that in Chicago every weekend.
Exactly. Like I said, y'all better be goddamn lucky I ain't Mama Earth. I would shake every last one of you MFers off of me. That's why I am comfortable in what I say. She got to come through and wipe out everybody. That's including my ass. Do what you got to do. I understand. Because it is about ultimately her survival. Don't no entity got to put up with a bunch of ingrate MFs. Just take. Shake them all off. Shake them off.
We know all these rituals when we see them. We say that they took everything from us. Why are we performing rituals? Why are we counteracting those rituals?
Mm-hmm.
We have to accept responsibility and blame for our complacency with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, your thoughts control your reality from the aspect that your thoughts are plans. But you have to work those plans. That's how you manifest shit.
That's right.
You put in that work. Your thoughts is just your planning. You're navigating your way through. You seeing the end result of what you're working for. It's simple. Everybody want to take stuff to a metaphysical level, and you still ain't mastered this physical game.
Yep.
You created it. I don't care who hijacked it. Who created it? How's somebody else going to be the master in your realm? Physically, spiritually, period. In any way, shape, or form without your consent. But I digress.
Indeed. Okay, so there's a couple other things I wanted to share with you all real quick. Shout out to, thank you, son, Scotty, for the Cashapp. Thank you, Robert, for the Cashapp. It's appreciated. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. You had something?
I think New Eyes that. Devin New Eyes that. I saw him flash up.
Oh, does he have his hand? Well, his line is open.
Oh, I saw his name.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, y'all. I don't know if y'all heard about this. I got a couple things. This is what I wanted to go over last week, and we got busy. And then something else popped up today. Where we at? Okay, y'all know I've been talking about the food supply chain. Okay. So, this particular, I don't know if this is, I think this is Weon. I think this is an Indian over in India, because this is the first place I saw it. This came out last week, y'all. China's new directive on stockpiling food triggers hoarding, panic buying. So it's talking about long serpentine queues, people jostling and fighting at the supermarkets to stock essential food items. These are the scenes of panic buying that is being witnessed across China, which is bracing for a fresh surge of, y'all see that word, outbreak, and a long winter season. Army biscuits and luncheon meat are becoming the most searched items online. Rice, soy sauce, a chili sauce are trending in Alibaba's e-commerce website, even as vendors are running out of stock. According to reports, the top search on the internet in China reads household stockpile list. It all started with the notice from China's Ministry of Commerce on November 1st, directing local governments to encourage people to stockpile daily necessities, including vegetables, oils, and poultry, in order to meet the needs of daily life and emergencies. Okay, so let's see what they talking about on this little.
Oh, 你个小怪嘞！我的个！美女，滚蛋吧！
Coast, I guess they're not packed full. I'm not sure.
Woo! So that's the order triggered a heated debate online, with some users speculating that the call to stockpile food was related to a possible outbreak of war with Taiwan, while others are attributing to impending lockdown owing to the fresh blank outbreak. The government didn't even tell us to stock goods when the blank outbreak erupted in 2020, wrote one user on Weibo social network site earlier this week. One video posted on Weibo by state-owned news magazine China News Weekly shows long lines of shoppers at grocery stores in Changhua, a city in Jiangsu province, or Jiangsu province. Their carts are stacked full of produce and other supplies, while shelves throughout the stores are empty. Supermarkets in various cities around the country saw flour, rice, and other food items flying off the shelves.
Baby going in on that station.
Yeah, I'm just getting up on them. Literally, I'm just getting up on them. I'm subscribed to them now.
Did you see the report where they was talking about all the explosions and stuff that's happening over in China?
I saw you post that, but I hadn't had a chance to look at it. And they're not coming up on my feed. And I don't even know how this one came up on my feed, but they be going in. So let's see what they're talking about here.
Can we use your home to showcase one of our new roofing styles or colors? We need showcase homes of all shapes and sizes right away.
Now, something really serious, meanwhile, is also happening in China. There is a run to the supermarkets. People are fighting for food. There is panic buying. Army biscuits and luncheon meats have become the most searched items online. Rice, soy sauce, chili sauce and noodles are trending on Alibaba. The top search on an engine reads, household stockpile list. Guess what's happening here? The Chinese are stocking up. They're buying cabbages, rice, sauce. Vendors are running out of stock. Begs the question, why? Why are people fighting for ration? Is China running out of food, or is there something worse in store? The government of Xi Jinping encouraged people to stock up.
Now, shout out to the YouTube channel Adapt 2030. He predicted China was going to have a food crisis at least 2 years ago. He maybe even said it longer, but I know at least 2 years ago. He said China was going to have a food crisis, and it was going to be based on the weather. Okay? So let's continue.
The Ministry of Commerce issued a notice on the 1st of November. And here is the notice on your screen. It asks local authorities to ensure there are enough supplies so that people can stock up. Let me read out some portions from this notice. This is what it says. The notice requires that all localities support and encourage large agricultural product circulation companies to sign long-term supply and marketing agreements. Storage-resistant vegetables should be purchased in advance, and the supply of goods should be locked in order to prepare local dishes and customer dishes. It goes on to say, and I'm quoting again, encourage families to store a certain amount of daily necessities as needed to meet the needs of daily life and emergencies. Strengthen the construction of emergency delivery networks. It does not say why. Why do the people of China need to stock up for an emergency? The government says winter or emergencies. Most countries experience winter, by the way. No country is free from the risk of an emergency. But governments do not ask citizens to stock up. Quite the opposite. Most governments advise against stocking up or hoarding. But China likes being an exception, and not in a good way. And we like to dig up the details. So let's try and find out why China is asking its citizens to stock up. Is there a food crisis? Is there a chance of a nationwide lockdown? Is China expecting tension with Taiwan to blow up? Or is the Met Office predicting an extreme harsh winter?
I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Oh, I was just trying to confirm. This is only for YouTube to hear. We don't hear anything on the Zoom, right?
Oh, yeah, because I don't have Wi-Fi, I can't stream it over to the other one. Yeah. So y'all gotta listen on YouTube. Sorry.
Okay, I was just making sure.
China maintains it is not running out of supplies. A Commerce Ministry official told state broadcaster CCTV, and I'm quoting again, the supply of necessities, daily necessities, is sufficient everywhere and the supply should be fully guaranteed.
No, I'm just opening my YouTube.
Oh, I was just trying to confirm.
This does not say very.
Mute your Zoom line.
Much because when it's China, you do not take the government's word for it. That's the mantra. The truth is, vegetable prices are soaring in China. In many cases, they have become dearer than meat. Vegetables costing more than meat. Reports in Beijing, vegetable prices are up at least 50%. Why is that? Heavy rains have hit the agricultural province of Shandong. Crops have been ruined, supply chains have been disrupted, and now prices are soaring.
So again, shout out to the YouTube channel Adapt 2030. He predicted this from what I know of 2 years ago. He could have been earlier ago because he pulled the data from hundreds of years, and he knew that a sun solar cycle was coming and that it was going to drastically change the area's weather patterns. And he specifically said that China would be one of them that would be hit with extreme weather. And that is the reason why China got that land, all that land over in Cali, and why they have set up in Africa, and they have huge amount of land in Africa that they've set aside for agricultural.
Does that mean the stock-up notice has nothing to do with the Wuhan virus? Well, one could hope, except there is already a buzz in Chinese media about a potential lockdown. We know that the global ridicule has forced China to adopt what they call a zero COVID policy. And right now, Wuhan virus numbers in China are far from zero. China is in the middle of a Delta outbreak. Daily infections have touched a 3-month high. Several Chinese cities are under lockdown. Beijing has recorded its highest daily infection for the year. What are the chances that China will call for a nationwide lockdown? Here's what the state-run Economic Daily says. The notice to stock up was meant to prepare people for a potential quarantine. What about tensions with Taiwan then? Does that have something to do with this notice to stock up for an emergency? There's a lot happening on that front, and we'll talk about that later in detail on the show. But for now, remember that if it does come to a China versus Taiwan situation, Beijing will find itself globally isolated with its supply chains cut. So that is a worry. And finally, the cold snap. The fear of that too is real. Reports say temperature in some parts of China is expected to fall by as much as 15 degrees this week. That will make communication and transportation difficult, and prices of vegetables will once again go up. So I could tell you that the reason China is asking people to stock up is all of these: vegetable shortage, Wuhan virus, Taiwan, and an approaching winter. But that will be just half the answer. Something worse seems to be in store, and I'm afraid I cannot point to it just yet, but I will tell you why I think so. It is unlike China to push a panic button on food security, because food is a very, very touchy issue in China. In the 1950s and 60s, the country lost tens of millions of people to the Great Famine. The tragedy still haunts China, and Xi Jinping knows this all too well. Not too long ago, Beijing asked people to be frugal while ordering at a restaurant. It even asked people to report restaurants that waste food. It is very unlike the Chinese Communist Party to push the panic button on food security, especially at a time like this. It is very unlike the CCP to risk its position by sending any sort of signal that can be read as a food emergency in China. Consider this. China never asked its citizens to stock up even when it put millions under a lockdown in 2020. No stock up notices were issued in Wuhan, none in Hubei.
To be frugal.
So why are they being issued now? And that too repeatedly. In October, the province of Jiangsu issued a list of supplies that people should be stocking, like instant noodles, bottled water, compressed biscuits, and luncheon meat. And this list has now resurfaced on social media, and that explains the fight over compressed military biscuits and the trending luncheon meat. But what it doesn't answer is what really is cooking in China, and what is it that China is hiding from the world this time? Why is it asking its people to buy in bulk? Why is China encouraging panic buying? We'll let you know as soon as we know. WeOn is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the...
Okay, so WeOn. Yeah, they did an excellent job on that. It made me wind up subscribing to them. So, ciao. So y'all can sit around if you want to. and not let the U.S. government tell y'all what's really going on. I've been telling y'all, make sure you have your family covered. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But that land report showed us ain't no food shortage here. That's 10 families that got majority of the crops and the cattle. Bison, everything.
Right.
And we just permit motherfuckers to think that they own the land, the resources, and everything that's rightfully ours. I mean, I know they talk all that stuff about melanated people everywhere. That ain't our fight every place else. Everybody from every place else, their destination is here.
Yep.
Even motherfuckers from other realms, dimensions, planets, whatever you want to call it. Why everybody want to be here? I mean, they talk about the fact that it's so much land. Every place else, this, that, or the other. Their homelands is so much better. Their mother country is this, that, or the other. But they all here.
Right.
And ain't nobody talking about leaving.
Right.
People want to side with these patriots or even the other side. If they paying attention to them people and watching what's going on in the chats instead of thinking about what they may get, you will see that all they keep talking about is their country, their God, and their Trump. I don't hear nothing about no American Indians or autochthonous people or Aborigines. They mention black folks and African Americans and then when they want to play the race card. Other than that, they're not talking about the true heirs. If, as they say, all commerce with them is regulated through the American Indian, why is the people we ain't getting broke off? Ain't not one deal that should be taking place in this realm or the virtual realm if it's based off of our shit. We supposed to be getting a cut of everything. We ain't supposed to be working or doing shit. If we put them in place to take care of affairs for us, then we supposed to be chilling. We ain't supposed to be worried about shit. When these motherfuckers say that they putting you to work so they can chill, you serving them food, you cooking for them, you watching their kids, all type of shit while they living the motherfucking life.
Right.
But I digress.
No, very, very good point. Very good point, Brother Sean. But again, fam, I'm just giving you this information because I've been telling you all for quite some time now to make sure that you have your essentials. Just have it prepared. It's called preparedness. Okay? So that's medication, that's water, that's batteries. Okay? Of course, basic staples, foods, toilet paper. I've been telling you all this for quite some time. They gave you the test run when those shelves was empty last year and people were scrambling for toilet paper. And now they're telling you once again with the supply chain, and although we know technically there is no shortage when it comes down to food, we know there isn't a shortage. Those are created. But bottom line is, if you depend on the grocery store and you don't have a stockpile, you put yourself at risk. Okay? So that's a very huge deal for China to tell their people to stock up on stuff. That's huge. So get your house in order. Okay? It's called preparedness. Okay, so that's why I wanted to share that with y'all. So the other thing I want to share with the fam, let me see. Oh, and just real quick, just another story. Oh, did they remove that? Oh, they removed it. I'll share this with you all too. Oh man, they did have a little video, but it's gone. But this is from Northeast. Food banks across Northeast Ohio hurt from broken supply chain and lack of volunteers. Oh, Brother Sean, it's your people up in Cleveland. Cleveland food banks in Northeast Ohio are gearing up for the holidays, but are struggling with the lack of volunteers and the effects of a broken supply chain. Terrence Round has volunteered at the Greater Cleveland Food Bank since 1995, and he enjoys every moment of it. I'm just lucky. We are all the same, and we are all in this together, and it's just helping people out, said Round. As he directs traffic in the Mooney lot while greeting those who come in, he noticed that the line has gotten longer in the past few months. When Rona first hit, we had about 3,000 cars. Now it's down to 2,000 cars, but it's beginning to creep back up again, said Round. That's a lot. The Greater Cleveland Food Bank started their Mooney Lot distribution at the beginning of the pandemic, and they continued it. But after the National Guard left, they had the National Guard out there. But after the National Guard left, it has become harder to get volunteers as a whole. We're probably like at half the numbers of volunteers that we have now compared to pre-pandemic, says Karen Ponza, Director of Communications at the Greater Cleveland Food Bank. A part of the reason is due to the CDC guidelines, which allow fewer people in the building. Oh, but the issue is also with food. You know, food costs have definitely increased. Shipping costs have increased as well. And that's where the monetary donations are so important to the food bank, said Ponza. Right now, the food bank says food costs are up 20% and shipping 40%. Woo! Causing them to adjust their budget so they can still serve 1,700 households every week. We ordered just over 21,000 turkeys to make sure that we had enough to distribute to Northeast Ohioans, said Ponza. And with the holiday season, that number is only rising. Not too far from the Mooney lot is a Hunger Network pantry where people are loading, bagging, and feeding families. At their 74 locations, they also could use some help. There's just not enough of us to go around, so not only do we need funds to help increase the giving to make sure that we can supply the food to our people in need, but also to have people accessible to do those programs such as volunteers. In 2019, they saw more than 400,000 volunteers. In 2020, there were more than 390,000, while this year so far, they've only seen 159,000 volunteers. It has been more difficult to get the volunteers to come to work at the pantries because a lot of people are now back in the office, even though with the pandemic. Both pantries say they are seeing a slow increase in demand and will work to strategically serve those meals, but can also use the help. The Greater Cleveland Food Banks expects to feed more than 300,000 people this year. Whew, that's a lot of people, y'all. All right, so I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They can't even get people to go to work. So what makes them think that people are going to volunteer for shit?
It's not even
a lot
of
people go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say the people that were working that could afford to work and volunteer no longer can do that anymore. So now they're just working. They don't have no longer have the time to volunteer.
Or they're the ones in the line also.
And if they want to keep getting the food, they better be going to volunteer. Child. Whatever. Okay, we just
everybody what they trying to get took care of. That's why people have stopped working. They said it's over 100 million jobs available that people walked away from.
Yeah. And now with the mandate, it's not even that people walked away from. People are pushed out of.
Yeah, and then those also that they're pushed out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that line's gonna get a lot longer.
Well, child, y'all make it's up to each individual. If you want to depend on the government or whomever to feed you, that's your business. But I'm gonna tell you, it was a huge wake-up call for me when they had the school shut down, and the governor in Ohio, and he was talking about the Columbus area. He could have been talking about the entire state, so don't quote me on that. But basically, they had to still send out lunches, school lunches for the babies. Mm-hmm. When I sat up and I'm telling you, I got emotional about that. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that people cannot feed their babies? They're depending on the lunch from school to feed their babies. And since the school is shut down, that the state had to step in and make arrangements for parents to either pick up the meals or in some cases deliver the meals so the babies can eat that one meal. Now, I don't know about y'all, but that's scary to me to be that dependent. That's scary.
Auntie, you told us about a story where you had to teach someone, I think, to boil water or something simple. And if those individuals can't even function with resources that are currently available, what happens when resources get scarce? How are those individuals that can barely feed themselves now going to be able to survive?
Folks got their priorities all the way wrong. And I don't care how many times I get up on here with this scarf and say, if you cannot take care of your own household, don't get up in my face talking to me about no nation and doing big things. That's really scary to me. The amount of dependency. So the warnings are out there, fam. It's really going to be time for folks to either grow up or you accept what your zaddy give you when your zaddy decide to give it to you, if your zaddy decide to give it to you. That's really where we're at with it now. All right. Okay, so the other thing that I saw right before we jumped on the air, child, did y'all see this? Hopefully y'all can see the screen right now. I got the CNN story up.
2 men convicted of killing Malcolm X.
Yeah.
I saw it. I watched it.
Child, I haven't even watched it yet. It came across and I'm like, child. So let's see, fam. Okay, my co-host, you're gonna have to mute your Zoom lines and go to YouTube and listen via YouTube. So let's see what they fencing to say. Okay. Oh, okay.
Breaking news now. 2 men convicted in the 1965 assassination of civil rights icon Malcolm X have been exonerated. A 22-month investigation found evidence of their innocence was withheld at trial. So just moments ago, Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance moved to vacate their convictions and issued an apology.
I apologize for what were serious, unacceptable violations of law and the public trust. I apologize on behalf of our nation's law enforcement for this decades-long injustice, which has eroded public faith in institutions that are designed to guarantee equal protection of the law.
You know damn well.
Your Honor, we can't restore what was taken away from these men and their families, but by correcting the record, perhaps we can begin to restore that faith.
Joining us now, CNN national correspondent Athena Jones. Athena, these men spent decades of their lives in prison. So walk us through what some of the problems were with this case.
Hi, Allison. You're right. These men have spent the prime of their lives in prison. Muhammad Aziz, who is still alive, was only 26 when this nightmare began, as one of the lawyers put it. And even when they were released from prison, they had to live with the stigma of having been convicted of this crime. We know wrongfully, and they knew wrongfully that they were convicted. They maintained their innocence the entire time. Now, these convictions being vacated on the basis of newly discovered evidence and failure to disclose exculpatory evidence. There were a lot of problems with this case, even at the time. There was a witness, for instance, the third man convicted of killing Malcolm X, who confessed on the witness stand to having been involved in the shooting and said that Mr. Aziz and Mr. Islam, these 2 men who have now been exonerated, were not his co-conspirators, that they were innocent. That man, Mr. Halim, was called a liar. We heard from the lawyers here that the FBI and the NYPD withheld evidence. In the weeks after the shooting of Malcolm X in 1965, they gathered a trove of evidence implicating 5 men in New Jersey, and yet they hid that evidence both from the defense and from the prosecution. So clearly clearly a blatant miscarriage of justice. And of course, as I mentioned, one of the men who has now been cleared, Khalil Islam, died back in 2009. And so this is something that, these people, these men and their families can't get that time back. We did hear from two of Mr. Islam's sons. Here's Shahid Johnson talking about how he lost faith in the criminal justice system. Take a listen.
I stopped believing it, for sure. I almost just had to just disconnect from the whole thing and then just try to live my life.
How's it feel for the day to have finally come?
Bittersweet, like my brother said, it's bittersweet. It's going to take some time just to learn how, we have to learn how to appreciate it. Because right now, we can't fully appreciate it right now. It's a good thing that happened, but it's not, it doesn't replace everything that we lost.
And so that's Mr. Islam's sons. I also spoke with Abdul Rahman Muhammad, who was part of this 6-part documentary on Netflix that really launched the reopening of this case. After it aired last year, Cyrus Vance, the Manhattan DA, decided they would be reinvestigating. And I asked him, what questions do you have? Why was this evidence hidden for so long by the FBI, the NYPD? And he says that's something they still want to get to the bottom of. One of the directors saying that they still have some questions to answer. And yet another member of the team saying, look, this is, there's an ongoing debate in this country about whether inequality and racism are systemic, are embedded in our systems. And he says this is yet more evidence, as if more is needed, that is the case. This racism and discrimination is systemic.
Child. So that's from CNN. Y'all, child.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the actual exoneration trial, and one of the defense attorneys, he mentioned COINTELPRO.
What?
Yeah, the 3-lettered agency, the New York Police Department, in on the cover-up, everything.
Okay. Whoa. Wow.
So you know they about to get paid.
Yeah, that and I didn't watch the Netflix series because I'm like, what? I don't even want to see that. What psyops are they trying to run now? Child.
A lot of this stuff is about to start coming out. I mean, in order for them to have the reset as the Patriots lay it out, people got to be sacrificed. Certain truths got to be told in order to make people feel comfortable again. It ain't that they gonna tell the truth about everything. They just got to pulse other people and know what events are more important to them.
Right.
Because those are the events that they decided would be more important. Because you would think that people would be more concerned with their relatives that have been affected,
right?
Their neighbors, the children and people that you actually know and interact with on a daily, and not these quote unquote celebrities.
Right.
People more caught up into their lives than their own lives.
Indeed.
They live through them.
Indeed. As their own stuff is in straight up shambles. I agree. I totally agree. Wow. Okay, and I almost forgot. I'm glad I went over my notes. Shoot, I just had it. Where the heck did it come up on? Oh, there it is. Let me I agree. So this is from Lee Cummings. Y'all know that Lee Cummings is the brother that over my notes. I'm finna go through and mute everybody. Yeah. Oh, there it is. All right. I found out who it is. So you're going to have to raise your hand because you kept getting feedback. So, Lee Cummings is going to be on a podcast called the Autonomous Party.com this Sunday. I think this is from 8 to 9 p.m. I don't know if, that's 9. The podcast starts at 9. This is Eastern time. So Lee Cummings, those of you that rock with us on this channel, you know that when we were doing the Real Pilgrims series, and when we did the Forgotten Black Nobility series, we used his work. Okay, the Negro Question. Okay, so this particular podcaster is going to be interviewing Brother Lee Cummings. So, if you all are interested, check it out. I'm going to have to set my calendar. I hope you have a replay, brother, but the site again is the autonomousparty.com. Okay, so Brother Lee Cummings, the author of The Negro Question, which I told y'all, those are collector items books. Okay, I know I got mine around here because I keeps it handy. It's around here somewhere. Check him out. Okay, check out this interview. And he actually has a recent book out. Once we get back into that Real Pilgrim series, I'm going to be going into some of that material also because it lines up with that particular series. Okay, so that should be a very good interview coming up this Sunday from the autonomousparty.com. I think he said he's got a campaign mix from 8 to 9 p.m. I don't know what that is, but the podcast starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so I hope you have a replay, brother, because I think I have something else that I got to do during that time. So yeah, hopefully you have a replay that the fam can catch up with. Okay, so let me unmute. Okay, son Scotty, I'm fencing to unmute you again. You got your background together? Because, child, you was killing me. My nerves was bad. So.
My bad. Okay. Is it giving feedback?
Yeah, it was. Not now. But it kept doing it just in spurts. But it's not doing it now. Okay. All right, fam. So I think we're going to, that's all of the updates we have. I think we're going to finally actually get back into the material. We're going to get back into the main topic material. So we're going to get back into the Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Chris H. Hardy, PhD. And here's the book. You can get it from Amazon. Child, I'm running out of bookmarks. I'm using various things. I keep losing them, so I have to make up my own. But she did a very good job on this book. We're about almost halfway through. We're just picking out the highlights. Where we left off. And wait a minute, y'all. I'm trying to do 55 things at one time. Thanks, sis Odetta, for the Cashapp. It's appreciated. Thank you so much, beloved. Okay, so we left off. I know it's been a while because we done had a lot of news to go over. So we left off about how the Anunnaki beings did not have a higher power that they worshipped. and how they started setting themselves up as these god deities, and how they even created a priesthood or an order, okay, just for their specific bloodline, okay? And interestingly enough, the bloodline that got to go into the higher priesthood order was not the Adam bloodline, which that kind of blew me back. It wasn't the Adam bloodline. It was Adappa's bloodline that got to go into the higher order, okay, or the priesthood. That particular bloodline was taught the metaphysics, quote, quote, or the sciences, okay? And then we also talked on, I call it the Anunnaki purse, okay? So y'all know when you look at those Sumerian tablets, and you see those Sumerian beings carrying the merce, the man purse, the little bag. They call them MEs. And we basically kind of put 2 and 2 together. That and plus with what the author is saying, that was really nothing but a set of instructions on how to govern and run the realm. Okay? And what we also discovered, what the author was telling us, that no one had the master copy of that ME. So meaning everybody that had an ME only had a specific set of instructions. Okay? So that ME could have been technology in there. It could have been a variety of things. Okay, so now we should know when you're looking at those Sumerian or Sumer clay tablets with them on the wall, and you got the men with them beards. Okay, you know them waves in them beards and the waves in their hair.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't the one to gossiping. You ain't heard that from me, but who be wearing the wave caps? Uh-huh. Yeah, that part. But anyhow, when they're carrying the merces, that's what they are. Okay? It's technology / instructions on how to run the realm. That specific section of the realm. Okay? All right. So the other thing that she talked about was the fact that the deity Yahweh, you know, the one that folks want to swing on you for on a regular basis, on the here and now, about they sky daddy. Although when we look at the Sumerian text, it states that their sky daddy Yahweh was not at the top of the food chain. Okay? He was far from being at the top of the food chain. Okay, we read in some text, I think that was Terra Papers, where old boy was just an administrator and he took his orders directly from a council, and a council of women at that. Okay? But we discovered that Yahweh had an old lady. Or Yahweh was married. And his spouse's name was Asherah. And she was worshipped as a deity. Okay? So I think I'm going to start there to refresh folk memory. because people are still into this male deity worship and wanting to swing on people when you like, no, I'll pass on that. Okay? And everybody want to justify the existence of these deities being these powerful beings when the oldest ancient text says the exact opposite of that. Okay? And the reason I keep going over that and I keep stressing that, because this is a part of the spell and the programming. Oh, that light, gotta block that glare. This is a part of the spell and the programming that continues for the realm to be controlled. Okay? All right, so before I get back into that, I think Nuwa has his hand up, so let's bring him back on to put something on it, and then we're going to get into it.
I was looking at it when you're talking about the Emmys and their MERS being where they have their instructions. I was looking at it from the lodges. So think of when they were getting together with the Emmys, that was a lodge, and their instructions were like when the lodge give out their little books, how the lodges have their instructions of what to do and not to do, and how to operate that particular region that they have out for the lodge. So what I'm saying is like the Masons are replicating the same type of structural system where they're getting their orders from up top and they're not really sure what they're doing, and they're just reading off these things from the information that they're given, which is kind of what you're saying that they're doing with their MEs. They don't really know what's going on. They just take their instructions as they get them, and it's a brotherhood because they have to stay within their little circle and they can't really tell people what's going on. So.
That makes sense. So in other words, they don't have the master layout.
They don't know. They don't know what's going on. They're a drone in a sense.
Yep. That makes
a similar thing happens in the Eternals too.
Woo! Y'all gonna make me go on in that show with my Lysol and bug spray. Wow, that's a very good point.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking similar with like the circle within the circle, the hierarchy of information, and then shit, I forgot what I was about to say.
Yeah, no worries, because it leads into what I was saying earlier, because these beings, they created that priesthood.
Oh, the blockchain, how you only have a set part of this blockchain of like, you only have like only this limited part of the information, the technological colonization information. You only have this little part of it.
That's a great analogy. Yep. Very well put. Very well put. Okay, so we're going to pick back up with, we're going to be on page 67, because I just want to real quick go back over Yahweh's old lady, Asherah. New archaeological data have unearthed a very ancient site in Israel in which an antique inscription engraved on stone spelled Yahweh and his Asherah. For the archaeologists on site, it was definitely an ancient engraving, and it clearly spelled that the deity had a wife, the goddess. Asherah, an interesting point raised by... Shoot, it's hard seeing with this light because my other light ain't working, child. It's always something. Historian Gerda Lerner, in her book, The Creation of the Patriarch, concerning this historical shift to a soul god religion, of which the book is for the basic building block, in that the emergence of Hebrew monotheism takes the form of an attack on the widespread cult of the various fertility goddesses. Thus, she remarks about humanity's origins, the divine originator of human life. Why in the Sumerian story was the goddess Ninhunsag or Nenma is now Yahweh, Father God, and Lord. She didn't say Lord, I'm saying Lord. So did y'all peep that? The switching of Nenma.
I was about to say he had a name change and he got a little title added on.
When, according to the Terra papers, Yahweh wasn't nothing but an administrator. Didn't really even run nothing and none of that. So Nenma, which is still an Anunnaki being, she just so happened to be a woman, and it was her genes or DNA that were used in creating species, was the creator, but she was switched out for Yahweh. Lerner points out that the predominant among these great goddesses was Asherah, the fertility goddess, whose symbol was a stylized tree, such as the tree of life, and whose cult, which was popular in Israel during the patriarchal period, took place in groves of trees. Y'all see how everything keeps coming back to trees?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Another plug for the Eternals. It's a whole thing with nature and trees.
I'm just gonna go on and break down with my Lysol. I think I got some skin so soft that I have to spray my clothes in my seat and keep it moving. Andre Lemaine thus devoted an article to the question called, "Who or what was Yahweh's Asherah?" And yet we know how, why, will miraculously crush and suppress whoever is still honoring the great goddess whose cult represented, by all logic, a remnants of the art of creation by Nenma. Because of Esherah's symbol of a tree through his own godly wife, Asherah. In the same vein as Elaine Pagel states in the Gnostic Gospels, quoting the text discovering in Neg Hammadi, the demiurge. Is that demiurge? Yeah. Demiurge reigns as king of the Lord, but is not God in the sense that he is not ethereal. Just a human king, as in Leo is the commander of earth. So let me sip this water. For those of you that want to come swinging at me over your zaddy, I don't know why. Because if that's what you believe, what do I got to do with what you believe?
Because these is just motherfucking military titles, like general, colonel, sergeant, lieutenant, lord. Like, these is not motherfucking gods.
And again, why are you upset with moi over your sky daddies. If your sky daddies who they say they are and who you think they are, what difference does it make what somebody else say? Why can't you rock with what you believe in and keep it pushing? Matter of fact, why are you even participating and listening?
Because if you don't believe, my belief doesn't work.
So, but now if you want me to participate in your beliefs, it ain't gonna happen, boo. So let me just read that on again. Get up to this light. So in the Gnostic Gospels, quoting the text discovered is Nag Hammadi, the demiurge, reigns as king and lord, but is not God, in the sense that he is not ethereal.
So he can die. He's flesh and blood. And from what I'm hearing, he doesn't have a soul.
See, I wasn't gonna say all of that, but
right, ethereal, meaning he don't have them noble gases. He don't have a ether. He don't have a spirit, a soul.
Child.
He doesn't have somewhere to go after this.
Child.
And from what I understand, all these spirits that we have is disembodied spirits from the Nephilim. When they came on and had sex with the women, their offspring, when they were wiped out, didn't have a place to go because they're not of the earth and they can't go to heaven essentially because they're not. Well,
the original artificial intelligence.
Yeah, they're not ethereal. Yeah, exactly.
Child. So she said, the Gnostic Gospel says, in the sense he is not ethereal, just a human king. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times.
He's an offspring.
Yep. As in Leo is the commander of Earth. So am I rereading that wrong? Or are they saying you could throw in Leo's ass in that as well? Or am I just reading up in that wrong?
That's what it sounds like too.
Oh,
all of them motherfuckers is enlisted in a cosmic military.
The Gnostics demiurge is full of pride and autocratic, prone to forget that he has a mother of a higher spiritual status called wisdom, Sophia in Greek.
So he's rejecting his mother, essentially, the wisdom of his mother.
So who is they God?
Sophia.
And you want to understand why I say if I was Mother Earth, you lucky I ain't Mother Earth? Because I would kill all of y'all. Because you're ungrateful.
And they essentially have their creation.
That's why they put the black sun. Because ain't that Sophia, that snake coiling energy?
Yeah, that's the artificial part.
Mm-hmm. Y'all want to reject y'all feminine and then try to terraform an artificial feminine in our realm?
Well, that's what the LGBT community does. They don't want to uphold the woman as who she is as God, but then they'll emulate her in every way and fashion. To the point where now we have to call a man a woman because he identifies as one.
And I know people are mixed on that because I think it's, and I hear what you're saying, I also think it is that feminine energy is back in the dominant position. And that's how some folks are processing the energy. Now, I say that because shout out to Bobby Hemmett. He called that in the 90s. He called that that community, and I'm only saying it like that because I don't feel like the censorship with YouTube was going to rise. And the reason it was going to rise was because of the feminine energy returning to power. Now,
right.
like
and
with,
it can channel through that because it's chaos energy. So what better thing to do than to harness the chaos energy into y'all bullshit psyop that can control people.
Well, you put a male face on it.
Exactly. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right. So it says, I am Father and God, and above me there is no one. But his mother, because remember I snapped on this part, but his mother, hearing him speak, thus cried out against him, do not lie. Okay, so I just wanted to recap that for those that y'all do what you want to do, believe what you want to believe. That's your business. You're never going to change my mind. I'm not rocking with it. I don't want no parts of it. I'm just sorry. I'm not in support of the patriarch. I'm not in support of your patriarch deities. Not going to do it. I don't consent to none of it. And matter of fact, y'all can pack on up and tell your daddy to come get you. Because if your daddy is all of that, why is he constantly in mama's business and messing with her children? Tell your daddy to come and get you. He has abandoned you.
You're a bastard.
He supposedly got all them kingdoms, this, that, and the third, right? Tell him to pick you up. We don't want you here. We don't need you here. That's my position. I don't care whom you worship. I just want you gone. This is not your home.
And I'll say
it's not your home. Get on. Sorry, go ahead.
Auntie, I'll be nice. You could stay. Just put some respect on the woman's name.
No, they can't stay. I'm telling them they cannot stay. No.
As long as they put some respect on it.
No. They're not staying. And anyone that wants them to stay, you're not going to be here. They're out of here. I don't care nothing about their respect. They are out of here.
Because I'm saying, if we banish them, they're just going to trouble some other soul. So
that's not my problem. What they do in somebody else's realm, that's not my problem. They cannot
Right, that's
stay.
not our issue. We too fucking nice and we too patient. And we just
all that they gotta go. Shit.
Time is up.
But can't we keep one, Auntie?
No, because you gonna be right the fuck on with them. I promise. Stand in the way. Stand in the way. I promise you. The women gonna be there also. That's how you feel. Oh, okay. No, you finna go with your pappy. That's how this finna play out. Do not think for 1 second we gonna fight for you. We gonna beg you to be right. All of that shit is gone. I done told y'all for years all that shit is up. I have told you for years this patriarch bullshit is over. And if you don't like it, get ready to be destroyed. It's fucking over. It is toxicity to the planet. We don't want it. It's over. And if you want to rule, you want the chance to rule because you didn't forget how to rule. Whatever the case may be, I don't give a damn whether you feel it's your turn, whether it was taken from you. I don't give a damn. Go do it in your pappy's realm. Patriarch is over. I don't give a damn about you being nice to me, bringing me roses, oh queeness. I don't give a fuck. We don't want you here.
That's their issue. Nobody want them. Not even their daddy.
Yeah.
I mean,
shit,
get
the fuck out.
Zeus. Zeus went around fucking everybody, even got the other gods mad at him, having kids with the humans, with the animals, with the half beasts, animal,
can't get along with nobody.
Whatever. He ain't claiming none of y'all motherfuckers.
Right, and then well, if I be nice, you ain't pimping nothing over here. I told you to be gone. Now I done set up and warned you. You have been warned. The patriarch is over. And they know that it's over. So don't think that this quote, quote, war between man and woman is orchestrated. You could say that to a sense that it's a psyops, but it's deeper than that. You have to either get in tune with the planet, with femininity, or be gone. As simple as that. We're over your bullshit, patriarch. We're over it. You have swung on the tit of the planet long enough.
And this is a frequency.
It is.
An energy. People hear femininity and they think act like a woman or be a woman or turn into a woman. It's like, no, that's not what that means.
That's why they need to get the fuck on.
Look at it, playing it in harmony, playing things in accordance, or just playing things in just jagged music when it just sounds wrong. That's what the male masculinity sounds like. But if you add
harmony,
it adds that warmth to the music.
Yeah, I mean, here we have people literally excited about a virtual world and the resources that they would need to stand up this virtual world is destroying the natural, physical, feminine world. And I'm supposed to be motherfucking happy?
The worst part is that they're extracting rare earth metals. And you're saying to yourself, hold on, we're propping up a new world on rare metals? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm telling you, we're not going to stand for it. Yes, sir.
We have to understand through this patriarchy, that's where we got the Prince of Peace at. Feminine energy is chaos. See, that's the reality that most men can't deal with. They're expecting feminine energy to be this soft, dainty thing.
Docile.
And that's not what it's about. Even if you want to put it in quote unquote religious terms, Jesus said when he came back, he was coming back with a sword. He wasn't talking about no peace. I mean, what peace can there be when the divine feminine energy is back with a vengeance?
I keep telling them.
The masculine energy is supposed to ground her, to bring her back into harmony. But if a quote unquote man isn't grounded or strong enough to ground her, then yeah, you get your little feelings hurt and all that type of stuff like that. But it's war. Mama ain't playing, and her daughters ain't playing.
Right, because we don't, number one, we don't need y'all to ground us. We never needed you all to ground us. I'm just going to keep it real with you. We never needed you all to ground us. Us being grounded is the reason we're in the position that we are in now, and why the planet was fucked up and torn up. Men never were supposed to have the position of leadership. need you to ground something that's our shit. All of it has to go. Nobody's here to coddle, to not hurt feelings, when literally the planet has been destroyed. Even the seeds that you create have been and are being destroyed under the usher of the patriarch. And none of the patriarchs stepped up to do a goddamn thing about it. So it's over. We don't need you to ground us, to calm us down. None of that. Get the fuck out the way or get ran over. It's just that simple. I know I be getting on a lot of you men's nerves. I don't give a fuck. That's the age and frequency we are in. You don't have a say. I've been telling you that nicely for years, that you will never get the opportunity ever, ever, ever again to rule. You have had at least, I'm going to give you 100,000 years of rulership. And it's really been longer than that. And you have totally ran it in the ground, where now you are excavating waste from the original excavation. So help me to understand what the fucking patriarch is supposed to do for the matriarch. Nothing. Get the fuck out the way or get destroyed.
I'll take it on that one. We're supposed to protect and provide for you while you.
And so we supposed to wait on that how long?
No. You weren't supposed to wait. You weren't supposed to wait. We were supposed to be.
Got her hand up.
Yeah, that's the next thing. Auntie Sandra got her hand up. But you are not supposed to wait. The men enough were supposed to be of quality to maintain your pace. And it's because I would say they told us that we were supposed to do, your position is supposed to be this and not. Yeah, they told you your position was not supposed to be at the head. So men foolishly put their position at the head when they were supposed to be in the supportive role, allowing you to be the best you can be, but still be there to support. So no, you don't need us to ground you, but we're there to help you when you overload. You understand what I'm saying? So we're there to keep you focused, keep the beam on track. So if you go left or right, the man is supposed to be there to help you on that perspective. You don't need us, but we're there to maintain your frequency.
Why do we need you to maintain our frequency? I'm still lost on that.
You know, when I was in seminar, I used to read scriptures, right? And this Yahweh character was introduced by the Catholic Church and the Christian faith, you know, when Constantine had his vision of the cross and all that kind of stuff. And they start substituting into the doctrines at that time, Jesus, the feminine person is supposed to be shut up and the men had the floor. And the Catholic Church, under the direction of the Pope, did all this stuff. Now, in response to ancient stuff, I think they were more paganistic and more fire, earthly stuff, and that was not acceptable to the Catholic faith. So when they went around the world spreading the gospel, as they said, they took and got rid of all the magic, the divinations, and the Greeks, of course, had part of their stuff put into some of our stuff as well, because the Greeks went out and did their thing and put their little, like the lady at the Diana at the temples and stuff, the oracles and stuff. The Greeks did that, but the Catholic Church really, to me, when I was studying, and Paul specifically in the Gospels got rid of the feminine self. They got rid of it. And Yahweh, they called it, when I was in school, was called the tetragrammaton. And that was introduced by Christians. And I can't say our folks didn't fall for that, but that's where most of that teaching came in about the women. Feminine energy is no good anymore. That's what they taught us when I was in seminary.
It's interesting that you say that, Sis Sandra. There's a HBO show, and I'm like literally just on the first season, and I'm only like maybe 2 or 3 episodes in, with that British actor Jude Law, where he's playing the Pope, and he's playing a young Pope. So one of his I forget the positions. I want to say bishop. Don't quote me on that shit. I can't keep it straight.
He probably was an archbishop.
Okay, so one of the bishops he was having a conversation with was always like lusting over the goddess statue. And the Pope, Jude Law's character, would call him out on it. And they literally, family, showed, now remember, this is the Pope, so they're in the Vatican. And in the Vatican, the Pope has a statue of the original goddess that I showed you all.
Yeah, they got rid of all of that stuff.
Cardinal.
Okay, Cardinal. Thank you. I'm like, one of them. Yeah, Cardinal. That's who it was. It was Cardinal.
Okay.
So I'm telling you this to once again reiterate, they know what they done.
Yeah, they do.
They literally had the exact replica of the ancient goddess statue.
Right.
So they're telling you that the Vatican knows. And what I am telling you, men, patriarch is dead. We know what you did. Not all men. Those men that ain't with it, I'm telling you, you either fucking accept it or get ran the fuck over. It's over. We don't want your direction from you. We don't want your leadership. It is failed. It's a wrap. It's a done deal. You're not operating properly.
Exactly.
We cannot take direction from you to do anything.
Well,
you're not equipped to do it. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I've come on here and said it nicely. So now I have to keep it to you raw. There is no gender war. This is going from patriarch, which is dead, back to feminine. Feminine is the wholeness. Not half and half. I'm going to say that again for the slow ones in the back. Feminine is the wholeness. Now, if you want anything different, you have to leave up out of this realm. There's a lot of changing that has to be done in order for people to move forward. And the biggest reason folks can't move forward because they want to hold on to failed ass patriarch. It doesn't work. It's a failed system. So I'll pause. That's all I got to say.
They put the female in the role of being submissive and a servant to the husband, and quiet servant at that. So then you get this problem we have right now with the children. They start taking the 4 children in the Catholic Church and abusing them, the way they've been doing, you know what I'm talking about. And the nuns, since they submitted as well, they abused them as well. And a lot of these children that you find in these cemeteries were birthed by those nuns.
Right, but don't we even understand that even that whole religion it's all patriarch?
Yeah, it is.
So why would I expect any success out of that? It's not in the benefit for women.
It's not. It's not.
Yes, sir.
People still have to realize that when it comes to energy, like let's just take a basic wiring. You have your hot, your cold, and your ground in order to have a flowing current, dependent upon the size of the wires. That determines the output. That determines the frequency. So grounding is required in everything. Once we sit up and remove...
In a terraform system,
right.
What you described is grounding. All of that is, I am telling you, all of it is leaving. We don't need it.
I understand that. Can I finish, please?
Sure, go ahead.
If we're energy beings, and these physical forms are things that we create at will, to get caught up in what is masculine and feminine based upon sexuality is where we get caught up at. If we say that we're more than just these bodies, that we're actually the soul doesn't have a masculine or feminine aspect as we describe it physically.
Yeah. There's no gender on energy like we do in a physical body.
There is a negative and a positive.
In a terraform space, yes.
No, just energy-wise, period. If we're pure energy,
no,
and we
I understand that. I want it to be clear. This negative and positive, you all do realize that's terraforming, right?
Yeah.
That's the yin and the yang, right?
Yeah. Black and white.
That's the balance.
The sun and the moon.
That's the balance versus wholeness. That's the point I'm trying to make. The negative, the positive, the balance, the yin and the yang.
Night and the day, all of that
The
stuff.
night and the day. The male and the female. That's terraforming.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something.
So
and that's the hardest.
I
think that's the hardest concept for people to realize is that their physical body is an example of terraforming. It's easier for them to look at like, oh yeah, they excavated the land and they chopped down the trees and they did this. But to look at their physical body and be like, oh, my physical body is an example of their terraforming as well.
To ground is to be able to lock into frequencies. We can choose to lock into any frequency that we choose, or we can go beyond them. The capability of grounding is what permits us to be in what reality we choose.
Okay, but we don't need anybody's help to do that.
No, we don't. But
and
if we're
I say
creating,
it's feminine. Come on now, we fencing to have this conversation. And see, Brother Sean and I can go at it, but he know it's all love. We finna have this conversation because it's gonna help a lot of people. So men, get ready to get your motherfucking feelings hurt. It's all feminine.
and it's still energy.
I agree.
It has nothing to do with the physical
feminine.
form. I'm just talking about as far as the physical form, which is a part of this duality, which is a part of this system. If we're going beyond the system, then we're doing away with the physical, period.
Yeah.
And that's fine if you want to go that route, but you don't need anybody to ground you.
But it's just in these agreements and contracts that we've made.
Let's
with,
be clear. All of that shit is over. What part am I just not getting across?
We still had agreements in the matrilineal system. It's just not the patriarchal system in which we had agreements.
So what were those agreements? What were the agreements in the matrilineal?
Everything came through the woman. She set the laws, everything. That's never been denied or disputed.
Okay, so what are we supposed to be doing with these agreements?
First, we're supposed to be honoring that agreement to Mama. And that within itself takes care of the rest, because if you're in alignment with Mama, you're in alignment with everything else.
Okay, so in the agreements that everything comes through the woman, what's that everything? Just some examples.
For one, us. We don't get here without the woman.
Mm-hmm. Who made that agreement?
Obviously, we did, because we don't get here without your permission.
So if y'all don't get here without our permission, who is the we that made the agreement?
Well, we already know that women were here billions of years before men. So that's conversations that y'all had amongst yourselves. So I wasn't present for that.
Exactly.
But either way it go, y'all agreed to it.
Right. And we have the authority to unagree to it, right?
Yeah, but I just don't see every woman wanting to get rid of her son.
Don't matter what they want.
If
they can go create something else.
And
it's not about getting rid of the son. It's about getting rid of patriarchs.
We've already established that that system is going, so.
Right, but what I struggle with is men trying to tell me about some alleged supposed agreement, and then when I ask for examples of that agreement, it leads back to the woman having the official authority. So then, men, you have no say in it, which was my original point.
Fall back.
So if we have no say in anything, why is it that the man is at fault for everything? If we were created, we're the weakest, this, that, or the other. Why do we take all the blame?
Oh, you do? You take the blame?
No, I'm just saying in general.
No. You take the blame?
We're talking about in general.
And what general? Please go into details. Please go into details. What blame you taking?
How is everything the man's fault if certain women went against the other sisters and sided with the Anunnaki and helped bring in their bastard children, this, that, or the other? See, it's fault all the way around. Me, I accept responsibility for what...
I give you that. I'm talking about y'all and your mammies. I think I'm pretty clear on that. I don't think I have sat up here and capped for mammies. I think I've made it clear that I will cut their heads off as well. I think I made it clear why I had to call a woman a whore last week, because I was referring to her as a whore of Babylon coming in my establishment swinging for her zaddy. I think I made it absolutely clear of the mammies that support their degenerate bastard children. I've made that clear.
You did, Auntie. Can I tag it for a second?
Yes.
The woman in particular that you're speaking of, I would say that's a woman that aligns with the matriarchal system and sees herself in that place as how it's been described in that system. So that woman is comfortable with the system and her position in the system. From what I'm hearing on your side, you're basically saying that the patriarchal system was the ultimate rule. And from the position I'm going to hold is that I think that is probably where the problem is. The matriarchal and patriarchal systems being separated and the positions being held as you're going to lead or I'm going to lead. Because if it's wholeness and power, it should be that we're going to lead as a team. Because one, as you said, we're spirit that just got divided into these forms as male and female. It's all energy, but it was divided into positive and negative. And we should be working together, wholeness, to just take that energy, that like alternate current. Alternate current doesn't care if it's positive or negative. It's energy being used to perform a task. It's only DC current that separates it in positive and negative. And then you have to then pick, are you going to be on the positive side or the negative side? Where AC current is just, it doesn't matter. So where, if you look at it was terraformed, the terraform was that exact system of separating the wholeness and making it a matriarchal and patriarchal system. So as we would say, the hijack was simply that. In the beginning, when they hijacked us, their system was ran by the matriarchal to the point where they were taking counsel from the matriarchal. So the hijack is when, let's say, they gave us the Bible and they gave us their the male system because they were fed up of what? Being under the female system. So this is where now the male system is dominated. And yes, you're saying, yes, the female was first, but that's the hijack because again, it's wholeness and power. It's energy, male and female, positive and negative. And that's where we have to go back.
Positive and negative and yin and yang and black and white is terraforming.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We should.
Feminine is wholeness.
But you have to have
no.
But to be a female, you have to have a male within that.
No, you don't.
Then you're just
not realize that the Y
chromosome Y, the X and the X and the X and the Y. Correct.
No, I'm on the Y right now. Do you understand why? What that Y chromosome is?
You call it a transformation from the original. We call it a.
So what's the original?
The X and X, you would say. But
so,
what I'm trying to get...
No. What we not finna do is skip over what the original is. See, this is the problem I have.
No, but you have to look at... No, we're looking at nature.
No, I don't have
I don't
have
to
look at terraforming nature.
No, if you look at a magnet...
I asked you what is the why. You said it is a slice of the original.
Right.
So where did the terraforming begin?
But I'm not
our creation.
I'm going to say creation as a whole, because where did the X come from?
You tell me where the X came from.
What I'm going at is that it has to work in harmony, regardless let's say
feminine is the wholeness. I just asked you, where did the Y come from? You said it is a derivative of the X, which you are correct. So how can it be balanced if you're taking a Y that is a slice from the original?
But in a sense,
hold off, nephew.
X is in the deficiency of the Y
nephew. Hold off.
I'm here.
This is the conversation that you men don't want to fucking have.
We have it.
No, because you're justifying the why instead of looking at logic and science.
Yes.
But I'm trying to use that logic and
science.
X
is going to exist until itself. It's wholeness unto itself.
Exactly.
Then why does it need a Y to
exist?
Exactly. It don't need the Y.
Balance.
It does not need the Y. That was my original point.
No, but
That's
then,
why I said
if I take that same,
you to ground us.
No, but if you take that same principle and you now add it to real world, the women that come, the children that come from a single home family are not as old.
You are in the terraforming physical world. I am telling you to take it back to natural logic science.
But then when I take it back to something as simple as a magnet, that's what I'm trying to get to. When a magnet has an extreme pull of a south.
With you. I can't, because you're trying
we literally
to
live in a magnet.
Right.
We live in a magnetized zone that's terraformed.
But there's a point in that magnet where it's neutral. It's neither positive nor negative. And they said that point is at the most strongest point because it's neither showing its positive side nor its negative side. So what am I saying? It's only when you go to the extreme left or the extreme right do you know of the extreme left or extreme right. But if you're in the middle, you don't know that there's either or.
I'm going to ask you again.
Yes, ma'am.
How did the Y chromosome get here? What is it a derivative from?
Couldn't tell you that question.
Oh, you can't? Because I could have sworn you just answered that the Y came from the X.
I would say they both have to be there together.
Not equal. Go back and do some basic biology and science. They're not equal. It ain't even close. The XX don't need the Y. It is the opposite. The Y needs the X.
When you hold that mindset, then you leave the Y, as you would say, to have the mentality that, again, they don't need the X. And now you have the society of the Y dominating the X society. And now you don't,
what we have now?
That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get at.
We have that now, which is why it's screwed up. And which is why Y chromosome, you're never going to get the power again.
But if you're holding the mentality that
it's not the mentality, it's the science. It's
okay, if you're holding
nature.
Okay. If the science is that X does not need the Y, right? And before you said it was dominated that X was in power, so that would mean that Y had no place. X had no place for Y in its society.
Say that again.
If we use the science that X does not need Y, Y is now in X's society, then X will have a society where Y does not feel appreciated and is not needed. So now you have a society where Y is not needed, Y goes off, becomes dominated, comes back, overthrows X, and now we're in a position where Y is dominated.
X.
we are now. We're in a male dominated society. And you're saying we're going back to,
which has cycled out. So do you understand what I am telling you?
No, but right there. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to say that because we went one left was the female domination.
That's the issue with why. Why need to get over it? We not needed. We not needed, and we need to stop being butthurt and causing war and getting mad.
No, but that's what I'm trying to get at. Why is X expressing that type of energy to Y to give Y the energy that he's harboring to now manifest?
Yes, Y is a hybrid. Y is a hybrid. We don't need
take accountability for their own. They need to take accountability. We need to take accountability. It's not they react.
It's not about accountability.
They react to us.
This is a
good conversation, by the way, y'all.
No, that's fine. In X's society, we have no purpose. Y has no purpose. I'm Y. Let's say it like that. I'm Y. In X's society, I have no purpose. I have no use. Like you said, they don't need us. So then what is our use then? We have no use then to them. So we can disappear. But I'm saying in society today, when you have a family that's like that, where the male is not there.
You bring it today.
Why does your use and resourcefulness have to be relative to another entity? How come you can't be self-resourceful?
No, for you to be self-resourceful, you would have to come into harmony of both your male and female energy.
Child, you better get it together, nephew. I'm trying to put you up on game. That everything is changing in the realm. What you know today ain't gonna be. Now, it may not be in our lifetime. It may not be in our lifetime, but it's coming.
I'm trying to say we have to harmonize
these species. It's gonna change back. It's going to be the original. That means evolution will have to occur. The Y chromosome has an expiration date on it. Go look it up.
But if you went to XY, I don't think we're going to go back to X. It's going to have to be Z.
How can you not go back to X when that's the original? Help me to understand that.
Unless you just
transform from X to Y.
So you saying you want another hybrid? You want Z?
No.
So I'm confused. I'm confused.
What I'm trying to get at, we can't have the society where neither one is in domination anymore.
Why can't we get an X?
Exactly. Why Y has to go? Because it'll be XX. And that Y has to evolve into the XX.
Yeah.
And we don't know how that will physically look. I think part of this conversation is caught up in the physical gendering.
No, because it has. It's because it's manifesting into physical. So what I'm getting at is, so right now Y, alpha male Y, so female U, X. So if we're going to convert back to Y, which meaning I'm going to lose my Y and turn back to X. But then in the physical world, when that is happening, that's what we call when men are not men anymore.
What do you mean? See, you such a Y. I can just shake you, you Y. You such a Y. What do you mean?
No, I hold that. That's what I'm saying. No, because what I'm getting at.
Don't you know that your penis is a clitoris?
I understand
and your balls are the labia? Do you not understand
all that
you just
dropped your
that is a hybrid? That your penis elongated and your balls dropped?
Yes.
Do you not understand that?
I understand that. That's my why.
Okay, so what are you talking about? You don't want to be turned back into an X when you a deformed X already.
Because what I'm saying now is...
I love this conversation.
Because what I'm saying now, you're seeing the transformation in front of you. You're seeing it happen in front of you. You're seeing alpha Ys become X's. And that's what I'm saying. Is that the society you really want, where you don't have any Ys anymore?
But that's a physical thing. That's a physical thing that they're interpreting.
Yes, it happens in the spiritual and manifests in the physical.
And chaos energy. But that's not good to say that when Mother Nature has this transition, that it's literally going to be people becoming transgenders.
Exactly.
That's what they're trying to do.
That's what who is saying.
How they pervert the energy. They're always going to pervert it and market to us the most worst possible scenario of how it can look, when in reality, it's probably not even like that. It's probably way more beautiful than we could ever imagine.
Exactly.
Listen, I have no problem
because all we're saying is that for millions of years, the planet was chilling. For millions of years, the planet was chilling. XX was recreating itself and was keeping it damn moving. So why you have to evolve? Or I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, go look the shit up. In your genetic code, you have an expiration date on it.
Right.
So when if you choose to recycle back into the realm.
No, I understand. Like, for example, the female has the mitochondrial DNA and her DNA gets passed down. I'm more saying is that the mindset of the female having to have complete domination over the male.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't think they ever talked about dominating over the male.
I get so sick of men dominating. If we want to talk about the here and now, go focus on fucking dominating the other man that's motherfucking dominating you. Focus on that. I am sick and tired of men concerned about women dominating you. If you are a man, no woman is supposed to be able to dominate you. Concentrate on the men that are dominating you and the women and children.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
I look at it like this. Energy, which is all about, if our frequencies are elevated, and your frequencies have to be up there to be in the new earth. Who's to say what changes that's going to bring about as far as for the X, the Y, etc., etc. In order to exist at those higher frequencies, our bodies might have to go through some physiological changes.
They will have to. Not might, they will.
Yeah, so.
And it may not be in our time. It may not.
Right.
It may be one generation off. It may be a couple generations off.
So the shutting off of that, considering when it came about, yeah, it had to, because if it was something during the fall and something during a different era, it has to go. But as far as for quote unquote science, they brought that science to us as we know it. We knew everything was about frequencies and energy. Ain't no disputing what feminine energy is. It's chaos, and all creation comes about through chaos, which in itself is terraforming. When you put a seed in the ground and that seed starts to sprout, those roots are working through the earth, terraforming it, it's changing it. And as it raises out of the ground, being the true tree, flower, or whatever it is, it's changing the landscape. So terraforming isn't always the negative thing we view it to be. Neither is chaos. Like they say, you have to break eggs to make an omelet. That's terraforming, you changing the shape and the structure of it. It's all a part of nature. I digress.
Okay, point taken. But just to reiterate, the terraforming that was done on this planet is not natural. It's not natural.
Oh, I agree with that. We not at odds about that.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying this for your sake. I'm saying it to be crystal clear because that's why people keep getting hung up. The planet didn't need none of that, nor asked for any of it. She was already whole. She didn't need it. We don't get to make those decisions. I have been telling y'all that for years. I don't know how many times I have to tell y'all, if she chose to shake every last one of us off of her, that is her right to do so. And I say including me, and I'm in full support of it. It is her right. Because it's selfish beings, souls, energy that feel they have the right to control. They don't want to live in wholeness. So the planet, she don't need none of the terraforming. That's like a woman getting BBDL, whatever the hell them acronyms is for the surgery to cut up her body for the big boobs and the butt and all of that. You don't need it.
Oh, what you say, sis? They got initials? Well,
child, and I had to wind up blocking this person. Come sending me some shit about some black man going off on sisters getting It's some initials for it, honey, where they go
the
get
BBL.
The BBL. What is it? What's it stand for, son? You know?
I actually don't know what it stands for, but I know that's the popular surgery that the girls get. They get the tits done and they get the waist and they move the fat from other places to their ass.
Yeah.
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, thank you.
That's what it is. Yes.
I didn't know I got too much ass, so it never was relevant for me. But my point being,
Brother Sean better come through.
Exactly, because I'm like, what the hell, baby? Hell. The point is, a woman doesn't need that. No. That is literally terraforming her body. Now, whether or not she doing it for a man, that's not my business. That's her damn fault. And then when they 40, 50 and the shit dropping to the ground, hey, that's on them. That's the point I'm making. The planet don't need it. If you're flat-chested, you're flat-chested. If you got a flat booty, you got a flat booty. God damn it, do some squats. Do squats. Get some weights. Do some squats. Do some squats. And lift your little booty up. Do some chest press. Do some chest press to pump your chest out for your boobs. But you don't need the terraforming on your personal body. Mama don't need no terraforming. She can create the seeds and all of that. She don't need it. And that's the thing that we all have lost sight of. We feel that we are needed, and we're not. She don't need us. We need her. And the ego of most people is why we're in the condition that we're in now. Everybody want to get in their feelings based on ego. Guess what? You don't have to fucking be here. Go on to another realm and kick it. Go on and create an AI. So I am telling you these things for a purpose. It's going to be feminine. Now, I don't know how your parts are going to look. I don't know that. I don't know how your parts going to look. Because I don't know what the atmosphere will be restored to. But make no mistake, in this realm, I can't speak for other realms. In this realm, it is feminine. Feminine is wholeness. Now, for the Y chromosome, you would have to seek out another realm for the patriarch system. But it's dead. That's dead energy is gone. So, all right, y'all. I know we done ran over the little time. I'm not going to hold y'all no longer. We'll get back into next week. Where they're going to be talking about more Gnostic in that particular text. So we'll start winding down. Sis Sandra, I'm not sure if your phone dying out, so I'll let you go first with the last words.
Actually on the computer. But,
what? You done graduated?
You know, I stopped using the phone because my phone's, I had to use all 5 when I was on this thing.
Oh, baby.
So, but anyway, you know, it's kind of a hard concept because we've been programmed to understand negative, positive, feminine, masculine. You know, they're polar opposites of everything. But I think it's maybe in the end, I don't know, we're going to be a oneness, a wholeness, as you say. And that the energy that oneness brings is what we're going to experience. So that's the way I understand or see you're saying. So I think that when we get unified as a species of people, then we're going to get our strength back. And we work as a unit to overcome the oppressors.
And I don't think that will happen in our lifetime. No. I'm going to be real honest with you. Because men want to lead.
Well,
and they're absolutely doing a horrific job. It's just getting worse and worse.
I'm not talking about in this plane.
Here and this, we're gonna unify. No,
not here.
It's gonna be a lot of cleansing. I keep telling y'all, it's gonna be a hell of a lot of cleansing that has to go on, because the planet don't give a damn whether or not you unify. The planet don't give a damn whether or not you done raised your vibrations. The planet don't give a damn what you feel about black, white, straight, gay, male, female. It is about her. You either own her program or get to stepping. And that includes me. I'm not fucking exempt from that. I understand, I understand, I overstand.
So we have chaos because they created chaos because of this negative, positive stuff. And I think that there's going to be a balance eventually. Maybe not on this plane, not on this planet at this moment. I know that. But, you know, because
y'all can go on. Whatever realm y'all want to create with that balance, gone. I don't want no parts of it. I'm good. No, I'm putting it out in the ethers now. I'm making it clear. You ain't got to make no plans for me in that realm with the supposed and alleged balance.
Well, this planet's going to go back to where it was. So
because that balance was that original hustle that we got before. I'm good on that.
Yeah.
Not knocking anybody that want to do it. Go create that realm. I'm in full support of you. I wish you well. I don't want to be fucking bothered.
Yeah, well, anyway, I enjoyed the discussion because it's something we just don't wrap our minds around. And
I know, and I keep bringing it up. I've been bringing it up for years. I've been being nice about it. Now, when I keep pointing stuff out, oh, she being negative on me, I don't give a damn about none of that.
So
get your head out of the sand. I am telling you what is happening. You have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, and you know, Teresa, that may be the reason why they're introducing menace, so you just become robotic, and everybody's robotic.
That's on them. They can have it all.
That's how they want to see it.
I'm not interested.
I'm not interested either. I can't even. I don't like virtual, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it literally gives me a headache. I'm not interested in virtual. I'm not interested in your balance. I'm not interested in men getting back on top ruling. I'm not interested in any of that. I'm interested in wholeness and the benefit of the planet. Because when wholeness is in the benefit of the planet, I benefit.
Exactly. And with that, I will say good night. Peace and love to everybody. Enjoy the panel.
All right, sis. Peace and love. Peace and love. All right, nephew. While you have anything, I know I kind of beat up on you a little bit tonight.
I'm good. Like I said, I'm a Y. I'm built for it. That's all right. As I said, I'm holding the same perspective as I'm here to attune myself to her frequency and to make sure that even though I'm a Y, I'm put in my place where she needs me to be.
Exactly. That's what it, and that's all she's asking.
Right.
That's all she's asking. We ain't gotta add no extra to it.
Right.
Well, let me go to your cabinet. Did I ask you to go over there like your mama? Did I ask you to come in my pot and stir my gumbo? See, now I'm gonna cuss you out because I didn't ask you that. That's all she's asking.
Right. And I think that's where a lot of the, let's say the other alphas, as you're talking about, are having the issue where they don't want to attune to what it should be. And they want to hold the domination of, no, we wanted this frequency. As you said, they wanted to hold it at 440 when she's already doubled and tripled and she's trying to change.
Exactly.
So I do agree with you on that aspect where those individuals have to acquiesce to what her frequency is. Yeah. Well, perfectly understand that.
Exactly.
With that, peace and love to the family, peace and love to the panel. And I guess we'll see you guys next week. Okay. For the Ys, I got you guys. I'll take a hit every week for you guys.
Okay, no, you were good. You were a good sport about it, nephew. I appreciate it.
I love you too, Auntie. Love you too.
Okay. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
I think one of the main things with people is to grasp the capacity, like the full capacity, the gravity to which we've been terraformed. Because, like Brother Sean was saying, like all terraforming it gotta be in line with natural law. Not motherfuckers coming in excavating, not motherfuckers coming in stealing, raping, taking things, doing all this weird ass bullshit. But it is a hit to the ego.
Child, you better get over that shit.
No, I'm not saying for me. I'm saying for everybody.
That is the fight, though. That is the fight. It's the ego.
Because you think Mother Earth give a damn about your ego and feelings?
But I'm the shit.
Right. You can
Don't
be
you
the
see my flaws?
Shaking up off of her.
Don't you see?
And that's exactly what it is. It's like when you get scolded and reprimanded by the elder women in your family or whoever is that, matriarchal figure in your life, like you be in your feelings and it can last for a long time, but you always gonna come around to like, damn, she was right. Oh my God. Like, okay. Like, wow. Like she really was looking out for me. That was for my best interest. That was actually what was supposed to be happening. Right. And then you like, why was I so worked up? Why was I so inflamed? Why was I prone to rebel against this advice, this information, this energy, this frequency that was actually for my benefit?
You thought you were right. Thought you knew better.
Because we've been terraformed to reject what is actually for our benefit, which is the natural law. The feminine energy.
The acquiesce of natural law, yeah.
And that is beyond, gender and stuff, like, you know, we can look around and see motherfuckers don't have a clue about shit, but will sign up and consent to shit that they know is not good for them.
Exactly. And continue to do it. And if we want to even just bring it back to a smaller section of just the Black community, nobody's listening to the woman. Nobody giving a fuck about the woman. The men, oh, we need to lead doing this and doing that. But they keep going out making the same fucking mistakes over and over and over and over and over behind bars. Chaos. Talk about chaos. Child, if they don't gone somewhere. Okay.
No, and if you actually look at it, they'll have those men are use the woman to get ahead in any which way possible. A pimp uses a woman to get ahead. The guy's in jail. He's probably having a girl come help him do whatever he's helping.
Right.
And it's like it's even beyond the jail. If we really want to get real honest with it, it's beyond the jail, because in the men, some of the men's that's been to the penitentiary, I'm going to have to tell you, some of them are soldiers. I will have them fucking watch my back. They truly be about that life. So I'm going to broaden it to say, let's not even categorize it to that. It's deeper than that, because that's a part of the programming. I'm talking as a collective. The using of women on a grand scale and the ultimate misuse and abuse of Mother Earth. And it's just been translated over into the physical XX, because you're abusing the planet, the feminine divine being. So I know you don't have no respect for the XX. It's deeper than that. Everybody wants to sit and talk shit, but ultimately you are on a feminine being living. You're living from her essence. So if you are continuously taking,
she's a landlord.
If you are continuously taking, you're not putting anything back, you're harming. This is why it manifests over into the physical of the women.
Which is why in the music you call them bitches and hoes, manifesting in what you're physically doing to Mother Nature. You're treating her like a physical bitch and hoe.
So it's deeper than that. This is why the planet has to do a massive cleanup.
Deeper than rap.
Massive cleanup. She don't give a damn about no black, white. She don't give a damn about your melanin. Because you melanated / black folk, whatever title you want to give yourself this week, you done rode on that cart long enough. Nobody gives a damn about that either. If you are not serving her, you're out of here. Bottom line.
Evicted.
Non-essential.
And don't think you could come with a pimp game. Oh, mama, you need me. How do I need you?
That's what they're doing with the weather
I
modification.
think you need me.
Right, you need me. I don't need a pimp to hold my money.
But the Earth is warming up. We need to do this and do that to stop.
No, she don't need. Let her warm up. Let her go and have her fever and warm up and burn the fuck up. Let her have her hot flash.
It's actually she's having a fever, because when you have a fever, you're actually burning off the parasites within you.
You're healing yourself.
And healing yourself.
So folks have to get their frequency in order. All of these constructs that we have been conditioned to for probably multiple lifetimes for some of them, they're gone. Not in this realm. Now, if you want to go on in the metaverse and play around or go with the rest of them to another realm, you're free to do that. I'm just telling you, none of it is going to stand anymore. So don't think that it's this quote, quote, gender war. Don't think that it's this quote, quote, LGBTQ war. No, this is just simply about the planet changing her frequency to her benefit, and she has the right to change it any way she wants to. If she want X, Y, X, Y, Z, Z, elemental P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, that is her right and her option. You don't have a say. So get your frequency together, get tuned in, be for her benefit, or get purged. Go on to the next realm with it. All right. So, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, energy is everything. So no matter what you do with that energy, that is the currency, that is the quote unquote money. If you don't realize by now that they need you to survive, period, they have no place to go back to. They got here and got trapped. So they gonna do everything they can to survive and make mama more sustainable for them.
Right.
You just a snack. The real feeding frenzy is off of her.
That's right.
You see what they done to the giant trees. You see what they doing to the remains of the trees. You see they just digging all in her. It's actually more akin to an autopsy.
So
true. Organ harvesting.
Yeah, because now when I look around, especially at those videos of the old trees, quote unquote, mountains,
yes,
I see nothing but death.
Exactly, Brother Sean.
Driving through there for hours and days.
Yeah, it hurts your soul. It really does.
It's sad. And it's so sad that we really can't see the beauty that's still here. We don't see it on a macrocosm, and we don't see it in a microcosm of us. Being the original beings here, having the only contract with Mother. None of the rest of them beings that aren't from here have any agreement or contract to honor with Mama. Period. Because either we stand in honor or we continue to fall. They've already laid the metaverse out for you. If that's where you're comfortable at, they got plenty of room for you. Love y'all.
Okay,
Wholeness and power.
Thank you, Brother Shine. Thank you for engaging with me so we could go back and forth. It was a much needed discussion. So,
Indeed.
Thank you, fam. I mean, my last words are, again, as there always are, get in tune. It starts with self. We can't make those decisions for you. I'm just here to deliver the information, but the choice is yours and you can't fence it. There is no more Fence City. So do what you feel is comfortable for you, but just realize the planet has the ultimate decision. She ain't got to renew no contract with nobody, nor do she have to honor the original contract, because obviously it wasn't honored. Not on her part, on others. So with that said, fam, thank you for everybody that joined us tonight. We will be back next week. So thank you to my co-hosts. You're much appreciated. And thank you to my niece Pooh, who read the land report. Just with that alone, that's disturbing. And it's not one woman on that list. Not one woman on that list. So yeah, the planet, she's cleaning up, and she's gonna do a huge deep cleaning. So
I wonder how many of those names are indigenous.
Child, I was trying to
Right.
I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I know she dropped it in the chat earlier, but I'm fenced in a matter of fact, I'm going to pin it. I'm going to pin it up top so y'all can go through it, because I know for a fact, honey, some of them names, they come from them Black European families.
Mm-hmm.
We did catch that. So y'all can go through and see all of those names.
Right, because when that one Singleton, and I immediately thought of John Singleton,
Child,
the director.
who you trying to tell? Exactly. So this has to stop. All of it has to go. So yeah, I supported the planet. Get rid of them all. And if that means my ass, oh well, it's been nice, y'all. Shit. I accept it. I go right on. Can I put one in the air? Oh, I can't even do that. One last time. All right, mama. I understand you sick of me. All right. Thank you for the times you did. Let me roll with you. That's love. Bullying your way. Oh, bitch, you gonna love me. You gonna love. Nah, that ain't the type of love I want. This her world, her body. She makes the final decision. So with that said, family, thank you so much. We appreciate you all. Thank you to my lovely panel. Thank you to the YouTube family in the chat. Y'all was, as usual, dropping it. So we will be back next week, fam, child. We don't know where this stuff goes, fencing it to lead us. So thanks so much, family. We appreciate you all support so much. Peace and love, fam.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.